You want to know what I do? My heart knows only virtue. My might upholds the weak. My words speak only the truth, and I am sworn to valor. If you want to be a knight of honor, this is your oath. Rule number 1. A knight has courage. Battle is the test of a knight. Have the courage to undertake the difficult and tedious duties. Prepare to sacrifice all in exchange for wisdom. Justice must be tempered with mercy, or the pure truth can bring grief. You must not coward, but nobly dare. A true knight keeps his bravery, even in the midst of danger. May the lightning of your glory be seen, and the thunders of your onset heard from east to west. Rule number 2. A knight has mercy. One can make mistakes, but those who are good yield when they know their course is wrong and seek to rid of all evil. Rule number 3. A knight has generosity. Uphold all that you can. Do all good that you can. Be generous with wisdom and energy, and command only through earned respect. A knight who shows the virtue of generosity is a master of his world. Rule number 4. A knight has faith. A knight, having given their word, seeks to fulfill it at all costs. Faith is to believe what you do not see, and its reward is to see what you believe. Put on your armor and rise. You are now a knight who bears the sword of the Spirit and the shield of preservation. Rule number 5. A knight has hope. What defines us is how we rise after falling. Stand firm, and you will be the one to uphold the code in this unjust world. To be a knight of honor is to be a glimpse of hope in a world where hope can be forgotten. Rule number 6. A knight has nobility. Uphold your convictions at all times, especially when no one is watching. Live by honor and protect the innocent and defenseless. A true warrior fights for those who cannot fight for themselves. Rule number 7. A knight has justice. Let evil swiftly befall. Those who have wrongly condemned us, we will be the ones rendering everyone his due. Answer the calling for honor. Abstain from all unfairness and deceit, and at all times speak the truth. Now, you must take your place. You have the will, the strength, to be the guardian of the ways of honor and courage. Fulfill your utmost duty. and you will make history, forever set in stone, like all great myths of old. Within the code, you will be reborn into the warrior within.
Greetings, Mr. Wizard.
Greetings, everybody.
So the Beta Boys are out in force this morning. Jessica Jane, are you saying that you're into the CUCK body outline, fellow? Because, I mean, we've had some good interactions in the past, like many times with other folks, many before, seemingly many after. We've had some good interactions, but every once in a while, like you see with the Provo nerd and CUCK body outline lately, and all the rest of them, they get a little, how would you call it? A bee in their bonnet is one way you could put it, Mr. Wizard. It's like one of the olden times saying they got a bee in their bonnet. Every once in a while, they get a little bit upset with Paulie Boy because something he said and did, and then they get triggered for like days and weeks and months. Can't pull themselves out of it. Right. These pathetic beta boys. Then Cuck Body Outline gets on here and goes, I'm fighting for rights and freedom on the metaverse to say whatever I want in Paulie's chat. It doesn't work that way, fuckface. You don't stand for rights and freedoms anywhere in your life, but you're going to come on the metaverse and you're going to like make sure that there's rights and freedoms in my chat because I'm censoring and banning. I'm like the government that you signed up to be part of, right? The hypocrisy is just amazing.
Yeah, well, it's like
who I am in my life versus maybe what I do on the metaverse, as opposed to a chat, right? Like you're in chat because I let you be there. If I don't want you there, you're not there. You don't get God-given rights to come to any chat you want and say and do whatever you want and not have consequences. Fucking childish world are you living in? Free speech is basic, and I can handle it. I choose not to listen to certain people like you. What
Exactly.
don't get it? It's like I'm on the bus and you hobble on just completely insane and start rambling in my face. And I go, get the fuck out of my face or I'm going to remove you out of my face. It's that simple. What don't you get? And I might ask you nicely the first couple, sir, could you please move over? You're like rambling and yelling. I don't know what you got going on. Can I help you out or something? If not, could you just kind of move over a little bit? After the third, fifth, 10th time, I'm ready to throw you the fuck off the bus so I could get where I'm going. Okay? And you are a bunch of punk cowards. You sit on this thing all day, every day. You're scared to get on panel with me because you're a bunch of little hoes. And then you talk about all this false religion you all say you follow with demonic symbols and no purpose and meaning in your life. Stay the fuck out of here if you don't like me and how I run this place. It's simple. Nobody forces you to set notifications, follow me constantly, watch me constantly, hate on what I do constantly. You're a pathetic embarrassment. I don't watch Toilet Bowl Earth. I don't watch Cuck Body Outline. I don't watch any of them. I don't know who they are. I don't know where they've come from. I've never known of them, and I still don't look at what they do, but they're all watching me constantly. What does that tell you? Who's in the power position? Okay.
Well, it's like I've said many times, and I believe you've said it too. When you're invited into a boxing ring, you already know the expectations, and it's been clear. If you don't know how to have a gentleman or a Socratic type conversation, debate, whatever, then you really aren't here for that. So if you want to come up in a boxing ring with your tutu on, expect to get your ass whooped.
Yeah, I don't have to leave America in order for folks who can't govern themselves, a bunch of slaved and coded out collectivists who can't even think and feel properly are going to tell me what to do. You get the fuck out. You're not an American. You're a punk-ass coward with no face and no voice and no rugged entrepreneurial individualistic qualities. You're a slaved out, city suburb dwelling collectivist who pays tribute to the crown and does what the fuck you're told. Okay.
And for somebody who follows the Greek Orthodox religion, your claim is that you're a child of Israel. So if you're a child of Israel, how can you then also be an American?
It's real simple, man. We're on a metaverse. These folks have no real life, so they take the metaverse too seriously, and then they try to act like, oh, Paulie has no real life. He's in a trailer. Like, I set myself up this way, right? I set myself up so that I could do what I please with my time, energy, attention, whatever that may be. Work on certain things, put my time and energy into this, go about town, whatever I please, whatever I wish to do. I've set myself up so I don't have to do anything that I don't want or need to do. And I thought that was being a free American. I thought that's what it was. It sounds like freedom to me is what I thought. The ability to be self-sustainable, financially independent and secure, not taxed and coded out, not up under a daddy boss, and able to do whatever I please. I thought that was the American dream, to mind your own business. So why don't you come up, Toilet Bowl Earth, or I'm just going to keep putting you in a chamber, because, see, you start filling up the chat. It's not about free speech with a mentally, emotionally ill person. You start filling up my chat, and it's a distraction and interference to me and everyone else. We don't need you here, yet you choose to be here because you have nothing else to do with your life other than focus on people who have more power than you and try to bring them down to equalize. Okay, it doesn't work. So please come on up. I'll put the link again. We can talk like men, or you just keep acting like a bitch, typing in chat, and I'm going to move forward with my day. And you won't be seen or heard from. And then you can go with Cuck Body Outline and all the rest on your free speech campaign that Paulie's against free speech, because you're a bunch of punk-ass coward slaves in your life and can't live on any purpose in your life. So you got to come on a metaverse to do it with people who are like outranking you in this game, right? It's fucking laughable. So, okay, Mr. Wizard, let's get to the slave news. Everybody loves that. I was hoping Cuck Body Outline was in here before. I don't know if he's still here. He said I needed to use his name to get views. He's another one projecting. He thinks that I do what he does. No, I'm using your name because I'm fucking with you because you're a loser lowlife, gamer nerd, online gamer nerd who really has nothing. Okay? So I really mean that. It's how I really feel. You're powerless to me. If we were in the room together, you'd look down at the floor. You know it and I know it. So, with that said, if Cuck Body Outline wants to show up and have a real conversation as men instead of sitting in my fucking chat every day typing when there's a link and I keep asking him to come up while he's hating, and he's a content creator. I love all the content creators who can't come up on panel and create content because they're so fucking shook or shaky with their delivery and presentment and understanding, right? They're not as confident as they like to appear in the chat box. Metaversal nerds. Okay. So let's hear about it's going to get thousands of times worse, they say. New encampments are popping up after crackdown on tents. So apparently all the disenfranchised, disempowered, disembodied slaves, I guess, because like Ian, they're shedding their body into 5D, digitized credit system and metaversal reality, like Cuck Body Outline and Toilet Bowl Earth and all the rest of them. They're going to put the helmet on and go in forever because then they could be somebody once and for all. See, these are all the unpopular folks, the uncoordinated folks, the non-spiritual folks, the non-intellectual folks. They have no place in life, like all through school, right? They didn't excel in sports. They didn't excel in certain scientific programs. They didn't excel with communication, right? Being able to use diplomacy to move through groups and get things done, right? So that's where they come here, right? They come here to finally be somebody and have a place and have a group and a clique, a bunch of nerd, gamer misfits like them who are a bunch of weak-ass punk cowards in life and really are going nowhere fast, right? If it's not like, Benton showed today, the Cuck Body Outline, trying to find his place anywhere. Let me see if I can do a video Ted Kaczynski, and I'll use a voice and I'll read in a certain voice and I'll narrate. Maybe someone will pick it up and they'll know me for being one of the TikTokers who talks about famous events. You don't think I could do that, bro? If I was going to do that, I'd do it way better than you. But I'm not interested in getting an identity and fame and numbers and money off of something disingenuous that really doesn't appeal to me. See, you don't really give a fuck about any of that. You just know if you make just the right video with the right voice behind it and you give some details, people are going to search for Ted Kaczynski and they're going to hit your shit and you're going to become known as being a narrator, right? You're a gamer nerd online who wears goofy glasses and pajamas in the middle of the day. Okay, that's where we're at. Your thoughts on any of that, Mr. Wizard? Oh, wait, I redirected because it's just so laughable. He did that video years ago, right? And you all know each other and what everybody's into. I didn't say when he did it or didn't do it. Okay, I didn't say when he did it or didn't do it. I said these folks are all the same. Talcott, Moose at one point. You know, they're all the same. They're going to turn their camera on and see what they can gamble on and hit to take them to the top so they can be twista overnight celebrities. You know, they're going to do what everyone else does, live like everyone else, try to gamble and hit on something like everyone else and get taken straight to the top and never actually have to work for anything or be anything worthy, right? Never actually have to live a lifestyle that's honorable on some level. Okay. Let me go back to the encampment. I never got to it because, you know, I just had to kind of get it all out about what's going on with these people constantly and how pathetic and embarrassing it is, as always. Thousands times worse new encampments pop up. The slaves are all on the streets, nowhere to go now. Non-essential, as they say.
Criticism tonight over the city of Boston's zero-tolerance encampment protocol that took effect on Monday. This is video shot by Boston 25 News in the Mass and Cass area on Sunday before the so-called crackdown.
And take a look here. This is some footage that we shot tonight, 2 days later, showing a new collection of tarps.
There's the cuck body outline. He does this. He hides. He hides and doesn't say nothing. Then he can't help himself but to chirp. So you're going to do reverse psychology, really bad version of it. See, I've talked with you, and I know you're not anywhere near as bright as I am. And I'm not saying that in egoic sense. I'm saying you probably should stay away from me because any interaction you're going to have with me is going to make you look foolish. You know it and I know it. That's why you never come up here. It's got nothing to do with me summoning you. You're going to play an ego game. You're a man. You fucking made claims. You've been typing and talking about me on everybody's platform because you're a little hoe. When I call you out to your face here, you won't come up and face me because you're a bitch. And we all know it. You're a soy boy, effeminate bitch. You're soft. And it's written all over your face. You got no heart, kid. Okay, so go back to your fucking mediocre, obscure, lukewarm lifestyle. Save us all the embarrassment.
And makeshift structures. Boston 25 News reporter Drew Cretus is live for us in the South End, where Drew, community leaders say they expected this exact thing would happen.
Vanessa, community leaders tell us they will believe it when they see it. We went to check out the situation for ourselves tonight, and we saw even more encampments than we saw back on Sunday night before this crackdown began.
75% of the people out here have apartments to go to, and they choose not to.
2 days after the zero-tolerance encampment policy resumed on the Mass and Cass corridor, the change isn't visible. This video, just captured by Boston 25 News, shows a brand new collection of makeshift structures that have returned to Atkinson Street outside the city's engagement center.
People are losing their lives, getting stabbed, shot, robbed,
2 years in jail.
raped. It's going to get worse. It's going to get 1,000 times worse.
If you're looking at your screen, the footage we filmed on Sunday night on the eve of the so-called crackdown is to the left, showing a row of mostly tents. To the right is what it looked like on Wednesday night, the tents replaced with tarps.
I think they really tried to do it, but there's no good answer.
I think a lot of it is mental illness mixed with drugs.
Some longtime residents of the encampments tell us they are struggling to find the right resources and a path forward.
They're not helping, and I don't know why, because I've done everything they've said.
Despite rising issues with crime and sanitation within the encampments, the city says it won't be forcing people out who refuse.
I'm probably disgusted with the whole situation at this point.
Jerry DiPiero, owner of DiPiero Construction, says he's paid $14,000 out of his own pocket on vandalism repair since the start of the year. He's bracing for more encampments, more people, and more problems heading into the summer months.
Love to be out of here. I don't want to be here. I have another place I can go to. I'm just done with all this.
In my ongoing reporting at Mass and Cast for the last 5 years, I know this is a complicated issue with many challenges, one of the main ones still being the revolving door of people from all over New England who continue to show up here. I reached out to the city of Boston tonight to ask, what is the plan moving forward? I'm still waiting to hear back. We're live in Boston, South End. Drew Caritas for your local station, Boston 25.
Yeah, that's what Cuck Body Outline should go do, like little Andrew there. Go get a microphone and a suit and go narrate. Go narrate for the B system. That's what you'd be good at. Come here wasting everybody's time. So still waiting for him to come on up. He's a bitch. I can't believe you folks come here and have whole channels and act like hoes and then have the balls to go back to wherever you are and look everybody in the face. You're a fucking joke. Right? And you live your whole life like this. You embarrass yourself in front of everybody, look like a bitch, and then have the nerve to go over there and act like you're a content creator and that you're running panels and you're broadcasting. You folks only come on the metaverse to insulate yourself from consequences because you really got nothing at the end of the day. You got no content, you got no personality, you got no lifestyle, no nothing. So I don't jump when a bitch says to. Right. So soon I just block you and you can't follow, hate, and wait. Remember, like you say, oh, I'm against free speech and rights. Right? I talk about rights, but I'm against it. I'm like begging you to come up and use your free speech and talk like a man. But you're a bitch who can't govern yourself and you do nothing but follow, watch, wait, and hate. Because I'm better than you at what I do here. You know it. I know it. We all know it. Okay? I could just sit here and ramble and folks will somehow think it's better than whatever you do with 10 other bozos up there and clips of pop culture nonsense. Okay? I don't need to narrate Ted Kaczynski videos for somebody to know who I am. I could do that and do it better than you as well. Maybe I'll do that next. You know what, Wizard? Let's do something tomorrow on, well, I'm going to narrate a serial killer, right, and lay out all of his activities. And I'll just get a list online and I'll play like a video of pictures and I'll just talk behind it. You know, and then I'm a content creator now. And I'll put on a fake voice. Ted Kaczynski. Like the cuck body was doing. Ted Kaczynski has the same handwriting analysis patterns as the Zodiac Killer, allegedly. Can't be proven, but boy is it suspicious. They both use terms like, to be fair, it can be shown, prove it, right? And it's like, it's okay, where are you going with this? What does it all mean? How does it matter to you? What is your life purpose and meaning? What the fuck do you stand for? Nothing. So we'll wait for you to come up. I'm going to give you a few more minutes because you're a bitch-ass motherfucker. Look at me when I say it because they say that I'm not spiritual and I'm not faithful and I'm the Rikers Island holding tank guys. Right. Right. When I go there, folks know how to respect themselves and each other. So I just talk real kind and nice. Hey, fellas, you know, I don't want any issues. I'm just here to do my time. I'm a loving man. Right. But when I get on the metaverse with a bunch of keyboard warriors like you, punk-ass bitches, who ain't never been nowhere and done nothing and never like had to face adversity, okay, I get kind of tired of it. It's really embarrassing for you. So why anyone would ever, as a man, it's not an ego game, it just is what it is. You won't come up and face me and speak because you're shook, but you pop all that shit like you're a big boy down there, right? I don't see how anyone as a man could take you seriously and ever go back to your shit and watch your shit. You're a fucking clown and a joke, okay? And we all know you'll never stand for nothing. You'll never pop nothing. You'll never, like, have to be forced to, like, have your head cut off, right? And stand for something, right? You're the weakest bitch walking. You are the problem with the modern day. A bunch of non-masculine, egoic little boys who wear snapback hats and pajamas in the midday, little snuggy outfits that have all these bright, cute little colors. You're a fucking joke. And the worst part is you all have women and children like the Provo child who are just as bad, if not worse than you in their ego. Okay.
Professing that materials, such as belongings, because he ain't got nothing, and he ain't got a wife, and he ain't got a kids. Again, posing that because he doesn't have these things, he's not qualified. Again, I reiterate, there's a list of hundreds of people throughout history that made a major change that people looked up to and still do throughout time, including and starting with Jesus.
Look at him. 1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
Jesus didn't have a house. Jesus didn't have
3.
anything but the fucking shit he had on his back. You insolent bitches.
Yeah. How many? Oh, 4. So Cuck Body Outline has all his little groupie boys with him, all his little Call of Duty chat lobby gamer nerd friends who are going to follow him around and take up for him. Drew's our man. If he can't,
they're trying to mess with
can.
the analytics. They think that they come in here swarming like they're going to mess with the analytics. You can't do that unless you go into court with 75 motherfuckers, dumbasses. Now, so when you want to talk about working, that's what I do. When I'm not,
Right, and then they make these comments.
I'm educating people, and I don't care how many of them are. I don't care who they think they are. I'm going to give them the truth that they believe in. Believe, brothers and sisters.
Can we get any of you punk cowards to come up today? Or I just block you all for good and move on? But what I like, with my flow that I've created now, I do breaking slave news. You know, by then the panel comes up. We do Watson. You know, maybe we kick it around a little bit. And then I'm out. And then sometimes instead of 2 hours, it goes 12 hours like yesterday. Then they go, this is coming from a guy sitting in a trailer all day sometimes. How dare he not have to be anywhere and go wherever he pleases? And if he wants to dedicate the whole day to the metaverse and minding his busyness, how dare he? But then they're sitting there watching me all day. So I go, so I'm the idiot. I'm the lowlife for being here all day, sitting in a trailer, investing in my future and busyness and what I create, which I see going somewhere at some point, right? Beyond this. This has already been great on many levels, but I see it going other places. It's just what the feeling is, right? I don't need that to happen. I just feel that. I think others have felt that. So, yeah, you're here watching me while saying I'm the idiot. So you don't get $1 for watching me, right? You don't get any notoriety from anybody watching anywhere. Nobody knows you, who you are, what you do. There's absolutely no internal and external validation for you watching me and hating on me. So you literally have nothing and get nothing, and you spend your most precious resource, your time, energy, and attention, spending it on me, hating on me. What does that say about you and the value of your time, energy, attention, whatever you can't get back, which is your most precious resource? Means you don't value yourself or any of your most truest resources, and you probably don't have anything of your own and never going to get anything of your own, because you all keep forgetting when Cuck Body Outline comes on here and does free broadcasts, when Toilet Bowl Earth is on there with him and all the rest doing free broadcasts that like have no value. That's why they're free, because it's like inherent value systems. If you suck and you put out little to no value, you get little to no value back. But see, like I've told you, it's not me being not thankful and grateful. I'm very thankful and grateful. So much so, I'm going to put you on now, right? If you did what you did better and had a better ethic and people really felt you and who and what you were, regardless of it, you'd get more value in different ways and you'd be more secure with your life and lifestyle and your purpose here. But you're not. You come on here, you get nothing, you have nothing, you go back to your regular slave job, pay the slave tax, have all your property owned by the state of, and then want to shit on me. You know, if you were doing what the fuck I was doing and getting to what I was getting to, not even having a charge for nothing, you wouldn't be talking all that shit. These are all worldly slaves. I know it. If I put a few dollars on the table, right, and showed you what the fuck can happen, living your truth and speaking the truth, right, living the truth, because again, there's your truth, like your background, your history, your journey, and then correlating that with the truth and who we are now, where we're going, right?
And the truth from Chalk Body Outline is it's one of his favorite things to do. 2 of them. Troll on the beach. And this is the way I see those.
Why does he keep insulting Jennifer? It's the third time today. Why do all you little soy boys think it's appropriate to insult women who are next to the person you have a player hating, pocket watching fetish for? It's one thing for you to want to hate on me because you're a jealous, envious hater. It's another thing to consistently keep insulting a woman who's never done anything to anybody on here. You're the lowest piece of trash. You wouldn't say a motherfucking thing about Jennifer and her or my face. You're a metaversal shit popper. You ain't nothing. And that's why you still ain't come up, bitch boy. Right? And again, did you not see last night when Brielle and Verily came up here and said they want to meet with me and have experiences and want Jennifer to be involved? So just keep with all that insecure hate and talking about one woman who I respect very much and care for very much and have had experiences with that have bonded us deeply because their life experiences in consciousness and awareness and growth and learning and love. So just keep demeaning and diminishing me and everyone around me while you disrespect yourself and blaspheme the truth and look like a fucking powerless bozo, like the Provo child nerd, another soy boy who ain't never poked nothing, ain't never popped nothing. Stop fronting. I stole a line from him again. Stole a line from I think it was 50. Okay. And I'm not saying I'm that guy. I'm not saying I'm tough and I'm hard. I'm just saying you ain't that. And I'm tired of you folks coming on here and disrespecting me and yourself and women around me, all so you could look like somebody. Come up and do it or get the fuck out. Save yourself the embarrassment. Right? Because I really love this shit on some level. I kind of do. And it's probably not good for me. I don't know if the people love it or not. I think some of them do, some of them don't. We like Paulie Enslaved, the original, who talks spiritual faith and does his stream of consciousness. But this is back on the block, right? So I guess they say you could take the low life trailer person out of there, but you can't take it out of them. So we're back on the block every time you fucking soy boy nerds come in here, right? I'm walking down the block with 3 or 4 other people, all who are kind of like me. And then some of you soy boy nerds, for whatever reason, are out of town or from cross town or we're out of town. And you get to like acting the way you do. And then shit starts happening, right? If not, you just get fucking punked on and humiliated because you all like to pop a lot of shit but don't do nothing. Okay? And I'm not into it. I'm just about my day, going about my day. It happens all the time with you little soy boy nerds, especially once the light comes out, right? I was sitting at the gym one day on live. 3 little soy boy gamer nerds trying to be thugs walk by and we're laughing and giggling and talking shit and looking at me because I was singing, right? I was in that kind of in that mode, you know, enjoying my life, singing and being goofy. And they were talking shit and popping shit. So I opened the window and I was on live. You were all there if you remember it. And I said, hey, boys, what's going on? Come on over. And then they just kept walking, right? Because I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of the fake shit. I'm tired of the bullshit. Motherfuckers are enjoying their lives, moving, doing their thing, seeing changes, living in love. And they got to deal with you fucking slaves hating yourselves and your lives every other second, looking and giggling and laughing and popping shit and acting like nobody heard it, right? You know, because Fat Paulie's singing and smoking reefer and got his feet up with bare feet on the fucking console, right? On the dashboard, right? And I just don't give a fuck. I'm starting to like who I am and how I'm living and feeling free and loving and accepted and valuable within myself, right? Building self-confidence, self-esteem, self-worth, self-actualization and realization. And you fuckers can't handle that. You can't stand that shit. Can't stand to see somebody not give a fuck and actually enjoying themselves in their life and just, you know, grooving a little bit, right? Because you got to group up 3, 4, 5 of you like little boys. You always see these little boys riding around with other boys. Then they want to talk shit about whatever woman that I'm with at the time, right? Always 3, 4, 5 of you packed in a Honda with your little snapbacks, right? Coming up on 30 years old. Looking like you're still in high school, talking like that, acting like that. Don't stand for a motherfucking thing, right? Bunch of beta boys. Neo-colonialized, postmodern day, beta boy gamer soy nerds who have the nerve to fucking question me and what I do on a metaverse. I ain't you. Go ahead, Mr. Wizard. Give me a commentary for him. They still, and now he's arguing with the chat, right? Now he's going at everyone. He's acting out like a little child because this is what he does. This is all that he has. Hold on, I have to pay somebody for a donation. CUCK body outline. You don't make a fucking dollar doing what the fuck you do because you ain't shit.
Yeah, right? We should just get on to something else because that's all that him and his buddies are doing is trolling. Like
whatever. I come on all day, every day. I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to be here. So, you know, I'll take 12 hours one day and do whatever the fuck I want. And we'll be back here tomorrow. And the real ones know and they feel it and they get it. And we'll take it somewhere at some point anyway. Right. Yeah, but I mean, I just wish these motherfuckers would stand up somewhere in their life is really what the feeling is. If not for the rights, freedom, and principles for your metaversal games, just stand up somewhere in your fucking life and speak and live it. Be about it. Thank you, Mr. Matthew D. Humans, for your contribution, sir. Appreciate that. All right. Where were we at? We went through the homeless encampment tents. That a lot of these non-essential beta boys are going to wind up living in because they have no abilities, talent, skills, ethic, or wherewithal to do anything and put their all into it. That's clear, whether it's their job, whatever their profession is, career. We have Biden could be impeached, Mr. Wizard. Oh, no. The evidence is growing. I can't believe they're going to play this game now. Like Biden might get in. So we're just going to do this now every election. Trump's going to get impeached. Biden's going to get impeached. And we're like down to the wire now, right? It doesn't even matter because
Kamala Harris coming out from the backstretch.
It's just complete insanity. Month after month, year after year, whether it's the beta boys on here and they're triggered, cycling, and hating, or the beta boys, you know, on camera like Sean there and all of his constituency who continue to try to convince us that, you know, Trump's going to get impeached, Biden's going to get impeached. It's all going to get better soon. We don't know how. And hey, it's all getting worse. Be afraid and give us more power, right? Give us more energy, attention, and power. And let's just hope on that. So let's hear from Sean. This is who my father says he wants me to be more like. That's what he said to me when I started broadcasting. If you want to consider this a broadcast, it's a little bit tongue in cheek when I say I'm a broadcaster because, yeah, it's YouTube. But he goes, you know, I just would kind of like if you would like join the bar and be a legal attorney, or if you're going to broadcast, be like Sean Hannity. And I go, yeah, see, that's why I don't respect you. And you just insulted me and get the fuck out of my life is pretty much how that conversation went.
It's Texas Senator Ted Cruz is with us. Senator, great to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Sean, great to be
That's
with
Wizard.
You. Thank you for having me.
If I was Sean, that's Wizard right there.
Senator, do you want to weigh in at all?
Wizard Cruz.
You know, Alan Dershowitz says you were one of his best students. Do you want to weigh in at all on these allegations? I mean, I look at this letter from Grassley and Comer, and they're saying that they believe the DOJ and the FBI possess an unclassified FD 1023 that describes an alleged criminal scheme involving then Vice President Biden and a foreign national relating to the exchange of money for a policy decision. That would be a high crime and misdemeanor, wouldn't it, Senator?
It absolutely would. In fact, it doesn't have to be a high crime or misdemeanor because the Constitution specifies that impeachment lies for treason, bribery, or other high crimes or misdemeanors. Bribery is explicitly noted in the Constitution. And I got to say, the evidence, not only against Hunter Biden, but the evidence against Joe Biden being complicit and profiting from this corruption is growing and growing.
Yeah, this is from my father, right? The guy says down there, who was that, 76? Says, always with the Fox News clips. Yeah, it's for like my father and people like him who just can't get enough of the slavery and sit in front of the TV and think they're being informed. So, you know, I just go to breaking news on YouTube and it's always Fox News or MSNBC. And then I just pull from whatever the, you know, top slave stories are deemed to be. But, you know, these clips are especially for my father and people like him who really just can't get enough of this information. So they're preparing to vote again, as you know, and things are going to get better immediately if we would just listen to Sean and Ted Cruz. It's not like these people look bizarre, criminal, disconnected, confused, fearful, disjointed, neurotic, constipated, all the rest of it.
Growing. Every week on my podcast, I've Verdict with Ted Cruz. I've walked listeners through the detailed evidence that's growing. And here's the tell. Look, I think the Biden Department of Justice is going to end up indicting Hunter. But if they indict him just for the gun crime or just for a tax crime, they're going to try to explain it as he's a troubled soul. He's got substance abuse issues. But look how fair we are. And now we can go target Donald Trump, which is what the Biden Department of Justice really wants to do. That will be the tell. If they focus on individual crimes to Hunter and they seal off what makes this
Hunter Biden. This is what we do focus on. That you people are stupid.
The millions.
You know what? I'm going to say it. I'm sorry. I love you, Father, but you're very stupid, man. Okay. And I know you say you have your own mind and heart and whatever. That's obviously bullshit. You can't think for yourself. You can't feel, cognize worth a damn when it comes to any kind of sense outside the apparent five senses. So you're a very foolish man yelling, Ted is great down there. These people are liars and deceivers and criminals. They're never going to do anything for you. They never have. They've all been working together, one side or the other, playing both sides against the middle to take your rights, freedom, property, future, and destiny. And you'll never get it. You choose not to get it because you won't look at the words and terms and what it all means and how it all works. You just don't give a fuck. So enjoy your slavery, pop. We got a Proud Boys leader, Enrique Tarrio, who they said was a, right-wing extremist terrorist racist, Enrico Tarrio, right? Apparently was found guilty of seditious conspiracy. And this is why I tell you nationals and other folks, right? Not all of you. So let me not seem like I'm getting you indicted. Certain folks in certain groups that I've observed, like the nationals, very few maybe, not condemning many or all, if any, by any means of any group, right? But there's always some individuals in every group that you need to watch for, because they're going to go saying shit like, hey, we're going to take down the U.S. government and replace it. And I don't do none of that. You're not going to get me for seditious conspiracy and all the rest of it. Okay? So if I were all you folks, especially online too, where you think everything you say isn't being tracked and traced, it is. I'd get away from that ideology, right? Because it's hateful and vengeful and retributive, and it's not a solution. It's a revolution, which is a complete circle again. So if you want resolution, just step out and be the change you need to be and do something different and see what happens. And be as independent as possible for where you're at in your life, if that's possible, right? So, I get away from all these groups and all these ideologies where you're against the U.S. government. It's a corporation. If you signed up, whether you know it or not, to be part of it, you can unsign up. And then whatever happens, happens. If you understand the game and how it all works with the words and terms, you will understand the reality I and others do, and you will apply the remedy appropriately. Whatever happens after that is not on you. You've managed your own affairs properly. You've done what's true and correct. You can show that with a ledger and an understanding of the words and terms and meaning and how it all has come to be, right? Whatever they do after that is not on you. They're tasked to uphold God's law and the law of the land. They're either going to do that or not. If you don't do that, we ain't going to have nothing. It's simple. Stop being a punk-ass fucking coward, manage your own affairs, give notice, and get these folks in default if necessary with affidavits. CUCK body outline won't do that and doesn't know nothing about that, won't talk about that because he's a pet fucking slave like all the rest of them. He ain't going to step out and stand up for nothing. Okay? So I've been out. I'm out. I'm probably not ever going back. There's always a level of co-creating with different entities in the B system in certain ways. You're always walking a fine line, dancing with the devil in a sense. But by and large, for the most part, I'm out. I don't need to follow policy and code. It doesn't apply to me. I've given notice. I've got them in default. And furthermore, the law of the land and the prerequisites all state exactly everything that I live by, and that's common sense. No government can force a man in a free country to take on millions of policies and codes against his own benefit that might cause him loss, injury, and harm. That's preposterous. Your thoughts, Cleveland Steve? Good to see you, sir.
How you been? How you doing, Wizard?
I can't.
Good. Yeah.
Can't really complain.
Good to see you guys. Yeah. No, I've been really busy. I've been listening every day. It's been a crazy couple days, but I've just been busy here, so I haven't had time to jump on. But and my phone's ringing, so I don't know how to do this on my phone. Let me mute for 1 second.
All right. It's windy out here, man. It's been a little bit dark and windy lately. Stop using your father as content. Optics are bad. I'm not using him as content. I'm speaking on what I see and what I'm thinking and feeling. And there's very little feeling behind it. Most of the energy and motion is animating my body to speak what I'm seeing and observing and reporting. Okay. And a lot of it might be looping. We come here day after day for months, years, decades. I've been dealing with a lot of these folks, and they've not changed. They've done little to no work on themselves and had little to no change. Yet folks come here and say, why don't you lay everything out top to bottom to how not be a slave? They won't even come on panel and have a conversation with two men, let alone take anything I give them on how to not be a slave. If you need something individually, whoever's out there watching, right, you come up. You don't even have to put your camera on and you say, hey, go over this. Here's a list of things I want to hear and know about. How do you do it? How do Wizard do it? That's how we do that. I'm not doing some formalized presentation like Mark Passio and then telling you to sign up for a 28-week course where I'm going to teach you how to be an anarchist. Okay.
And much like Ian and Jeff and several others along the way, once they quit coming to the platform, they're no longer material. It's not like Paul is seeking out. And it's only because Jack kept coming back day after day after day after day. And it was his own narcissistic element of wanting to be the content. You don't get that.
Right. I mean, if anything, then if you have a platform, I'll go over there to mix it up. But ultimately, I don't do the whole fourth wall illusion game. That's where my power's at. Cock body outline is here. I don't do the whole fourth wall, illusion game. I'm just me in a room talking. That's kind of the beauty and the power of this, is I don't need a formal presentment to pretend to be somebody. It'd be like, folks who go to see somebody on stage, in a sense, or folks who go to the zoo to see a chimpanzee in its enclosure. I'll make a joke about it. I don't mind it. Okay. But I'm not going to come on here and be a content creator. I'm just me. And if I am the content, or me observing what's going on in chat or on the metaverse and I talk about it becomes content, well, fair enough. It's all organic. It's all spontaneous. It's authentic. And it doesn't have to be one thing or the other, right? I'm not trying to impress nobody. I'm just trying to work on being me in this space so I learn more about me and what broadcasting is and what YouTube is and social media and the rest of it and how to make it work for me and not against me and everybody else, right? So I'm not interested in fitting in like any other arena in my life. I'm interested in doing it my way to get to the way. Greetings, Cockbody Outline. What's your problem with me lately? Are you estrogenated? Are you going through an estrogenated flow? Is it something with the weather, hormones?
You talking shit, boy?
Listen, you're the one coming here hating in my chat all the time, like Provo nerd.
Just holding you accountable, man. Just trying to hold you accountable. That's all.
Who are you to hold me accountable, sir? I hold you accountable. You don't hold me accountable.
No, man, you're the one calling everyone a slave, so I don't have to stand up to the same standards as you because I'm a slave.
Well,
you're fighting for rights and freedoms, and then you're blocking people and banning people.
Oh, that's fair enough then. Okay, I get it. So I'm your daddy like many others, and you don't even do what I do, but you look up to me. So you're like, hey, daddy, I look up to you so much that if you say something and then something doesn't happen, I feel some kind of way about it. So I got to hold you accountable. All right, fair enough. You're a slave. I'm not.
You never raised one kid. You don't know shit about being a daddy.
No, I don't need to raise baby goats in order to know the human condition. Cause and effect, psychology, sociology, and anthropology, right? The majority of the adults online are broken children. I see it in their eyes and face and presentment and lifestyle. They don't know it, but I know it, right? And then when I speak it, something happens inside of them. They don't understand that's nature calling, right?
Jeep girl got me. You got me. I just heard you up here talking a bunch of shit, so I decided to come
you
in.
were in my chat for days and weeks, like the Provo nerd, hating because you don't like that I put people in the chamber for 5 minutes at a time. But I told you, this is my house. Furthermore, I'm not against free speech. I'm a promoter of it. Come up and talk. I didn't kick you out. I put you right up. We're here talking. We could do this forever. Won't be a problem. I'm not interested.
It ain't your house.
Twitter
It's just
fingers.
It's an online forum. It's like a public forum.
Yeah, I'm not interested. I'm not an online Reddit nerd. I don't give a fuck about what the common rules are and what the consequences are to all the anons. Right? You're going to get
the government says when
they
say you can't record on a public street or something if they go and fuck with you.
I do whatever the fuck I want. That's a different venue.
But I'm saying that's the same shit you're doing. If you're blocking people in the chat, it's the same shit as when a government would come fuck with a person for filming on the public street.
This is my chat area that is an extension of me and my beingness. Okay, just like this broadcast is an extension of me and my beingness. I open it up. I choose when it happens. I create the venue and I allow folks to come in so we can share experience. The moment that I don't want to share experience with someone, you're out. I don't even block anyone really completely. I give you 5 minutes at a time. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't need you here. You want to be here? I may want you here. I've told you in the past, Drew, I'd rather you come up here because I think you have some potential. I'd rather just work with you, even if you don't like me. If the content is the content, let's get to it one way or the other. Let's stop the games and the courting rituals and the Twitter fingers. It's nonsense.
It's just too easy to trigger you from the chat, though. You shouldn't be that easy to rile up.
I'm just passionate about
dancing you like a marionette, man.
You're
just
not,
saying
though.
A couple things.
You're not, though.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what you want it to be because you need some validation and purpose and fulfillment in your life to get Paulie to get triggered and dance. It's not the reality. I'm always passionate about truth.
Hey,
so it doesn't matter what I'm talking about. I'm passionate about truth. You're not that special. You don't have me dancing for you on a string.
Drew, can you trigger the entire court system to just leave you the fuck alone?
If I watch your channel, I'm sure I can.
I would hope you'd start paying attention. I see you do your research.
I'm never in court, so.
Well, I understand that, but that's now. There are times where sooner or later, you're going to have to get involved with that court because they're going to come after you, your wife, or your children somewhere.
Why is the court coming after you?
It's never faulted over time that it affects every family member somewhere along the line. And just because you say you've never been into court doesn't mean you won't be there. You won't have a reason to approach them in a manner to correct them because they are not right. You know that as well as I do. See, that's just showing that you have inexperience. That's it.
Thank you, Jeremiah Johnson, for your donation, sir. Much appreciated.
I just don't get why I'd be in court. It's happened in the past, but I'm beyond that shit now.
Drew, that's a
okay. How are you beyond it if they pull you over alongside the road and find some reason to take you to court right away?
Forget about that. Forget about that. Dirty. It's very simple, man. You got a woman and child. 80-90% of folks with a woman and child with state paperwork wind up at court. Are you kidding?
You talking about family court?
Yeah, court is court, and it's all the same deal. So, like, for you to sit there and be so egoic that you say you're beyond that, motherfucker, none of us are beyond ever getting dragged to court. It's literally one theme nobody's beyond. And that's why we're all so apparently shook to step up and stand out and not follow their rules. Because pretty much everyone knows it's easier to get in and harder to get out, and it's subject to everybody. And if you act like every one of us at one point or another either hasn't or isn't going to be involved with the courts, that's foolish. That's the lifeblood of this fucking system of them courts. That's what keeps all this shit moving and going one way or the other, is the revenue generation and the slavery and or the ability to reconcile wrongs between men.
I'm not saying I'll never go back there, but I don't foresee it.
Nobody ever does.
Family court, I won't be there.
Nobody ever gets up and says, "Hey, I'm going to court this week." Yeah, I'm hoping I'll be in court this week.
Someone else is looking for the link, brother.
You guys are always trying to fight the system, though, on the physical plane. That's where the fundamental difference, I feel like, between where I come from and you guys come from is
it's a
I feel
spiritual.
like it is a spiritual war, but then you guys are choosing to fight it on the physical plane.
Right, because you act like the spirit and the flesh are not here to work with each other. So I don't rebuke the flesh. I didn't say that they were equal or not. I'm not making a qualification on it. I'm saying we are a non-physical being having a physical experience. The reason we're having a physical experience is to do something with our spirit. So yes, faith without works is dead. We wouldn't have a spirit that manifests and takes on a physical form if we weren't here to use the body as the spirit. So, if not, we're not really in the game, are we?
I just don't feel the salvation of your soul can be taken by man's law, man's word, any of this physical plane.
It's not. It's taken by your own. You do the will or your own will. It has nothing to do with them. It's you versus you. You give your word and put it on paper and sign up and say, I am that. You've rebuked the Most High for the laws of man. That is the Shaitan deception.
That sounds just like that blood over intent shit. The only thing you didn't add.
Hey, I have a question for you, Drew.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You talk about fighting the system and all that. And earlier, you were talking about you had children. I have children too. Doesn't it concern you where this place is going, the things that are happening, that we're leaving our children or leading them into this system if we aren't going to fight it or at least try to turn away from the system? The beast system just keeps getting crazier every day. And I feel like I have an obligation to my children. I mean, don't you feel like you're kind of, that's where your obligation lies, to yourself first, but you have to do it for yourself in order to protect your children. I mean, I feel that way all the time.
Yeah, dude.
That's my biggest concern.
I have 4 kids, so 2 of them are adults, and then I just went and had 2 more just recently. So that's how I plan to fight back, is raise some kids, And the difference between where I'm coming from, and I think most people on this channel come from, is I feel like there's no incorporation of sin into this entire the worldview contract I see mostly talked about on here. So you said, what was your name again, brother?
Steve.
Steve. Yeah. So Steve, you just mentioned the beast system. So there is a spiritual beast system in place, and I'm sure you guys might know it. If the chat doesn't know it, you can think of it as like an egregore, right? Like a thought form that's an intelligent thought form that's kind of invisible, like Satan, basically, that can puppeteer people and stuff like that. So that entire thought form that we would call Satan, that thing is fed. The logs on the fire of that thing are the sin. So to me, the difference is you guys see the slavery in the physical form. To me, the slavery is more when you're a slave to the sin.
It's like both, Paul, man. You want to have reality your way. You're not the creator.
No, that's you, Paul. That's you, Paul. You want it your way.
No, it's not.
I'm blunt to blunt. That's a fucking slave. When you're a slave to your fucking impulses.
Do you think? Okay, so now we're gonna play this game where like I have to do this to exist. So what happens when I like get put? I don't have.
You're like
what
you're like roboting or something. I missed what you said.
So I don't know. I'm roboting apparently. Are you guys hearing me?
It was.
Yeah, you did a little bit for me.
Okay. So like, why are we going to me using reefer rather regularly and equating that to you selling your own soul over to an institutionalized system and your body as well through paperwork and contracts that are physical and metaphysical? What does me using a plant and an herb? What does me using a plant and an herb and how it feels to me one way or the other have to do with you selling your soul out, like the Christ being brought up on the mountain saying, I will give you a place in the world and access to worldly things if you will bend the knee and say that we run your life. That's what you've
when
done.
You're sinning, you're throwing the logs on the fire of the beast system itself.
What is sinning? It's a very, this is more of your religious dogma language. You can't even, you can't even qualify it. What's sinning to you? Because it changes slave to slave.
Sins.
7 deadly sins. Okay.
And gluttony's
Now,
one of
could
them.
you-
So when I see you blunt after blunt after blunt after blunt, I'm not hating. I'm not talking shit. I smoked weed for 25 years straight.
You're another foolish slave who doesn't understand words and terms and makes up your own. Would you like to look up gluttony together? It's about eating and drinking, not smoking.
No, it's anything that's bad.
It's
for your
about
body
eating
excess.
and drinking. It's not about smoking. I eat 2 to 3 times a day, and I eat a sandwich each time, the same thing all day, every day. Don't tell me about gluttony. I'm not the most healthy person by any means.
You're a sinner.
I eat cheese sandwiches, pizza, and other bullshit. Okay,
So
but I'm not sitting here gorging myself and vomiting like the folks in Rome, gluttonous, drunk on wine, and fucking needlessly.
Hey, EBT's drunk on that wine all the time. You see him
right?
Up here.
So your buddy is a glutton. He's a fat pig.
We're all sinners,
He's
bro.
a fat pig who's constantly sauced up. And you want to compare that to me using holy plants and herbs talked about in the Bible, cannabism and other herbs. You want to equate
We're all
that.
sinners, brother.
I'm
So you gotta
literally
accept
the
your role
living
in this.
embodiment in a lot of ways of the being you say you talk about,
Oh, here we
because he
go.
talked about 7 holy herbs and I use them all in my life. You don't know what they are and you don't care to know.
I smoked weed for 25
Because
years
you're a
all day, every day.
weekend
What are you talking
Bible
about?
thumper, dogmatic slave who doesn't really study anything. You don't really have a relationship
no
with the
dogma?
Creator. You don't have a relationship with the creative force and the Holy Spirit. You don't get the results of that, and you don't walk like that. You don't stand tall and walk alone. You
So you
surround
don't have
yourself
dogma.
with worldly,
No dogma.
false, idol-worshiping reprobates
No sin.
who claim the God when they're the synagogue of Satan, just like the Christed being said. You are the synagogue of Satan, and you're telling me I'm bad and wrong.
I'm the synagogue
saying
of
I'm
Satan.
my
That's
own
rich.
God when I'm saying greater things than I, you shall all do. If you
Did
will
you just-
walk in
wait.
the true
Did
light
you
and
say
way.
that I say I'm my own God? Did you say that? Because that's what I hear on this fucking channel.
They'll do it to you for thousands of years.
I didn't say
We're
you
all
say
hearing
that. I
that
hear it
Paul
on this
says
channel
he's
all the
God
time.
or wants to be God. They never seem to hear what's being said by anyone, even the being that they
put
claim
words in
to
your mouth.
worship. They
I
don't
said I hear
listen.
that on this channel.
They
all the
look
time.
with
I
their
didn't say
eyes
you.
and don't see, listen with the ears and don't hear, with the heart don't get the sense of the truth. You are in the world and of it.
That's you, Paul. Everything you talk about is in
Okay,
the world.
sir, I'm
of
not
it.
the
Court
one with
systems
different
and words
snapbacks
and all this
every
other
day of the week.
worldly bullshit. You're a
Little
worldly man, Paul.
condos and all the comforts and the slave job and the 30% tax to Caesar and all the rest of it.
Do you pray,
You are
Paul?
in the world
Do
and
you
of
pray?
it.
Are you praying, man?
What do you know about prayer, sir?
I'm asking if you're a praying man.
What do you think prayer is? Begging God for favor, like you all like to do? Begging God for favors and for help in your life while he begs you to help
This is
yourself
what you
and
always
others?
do, Paul. You never you like dodge questions like a fucking
Why
politician.
would I
Every time
answer
you come
to
up
you
and get
about
asked
what
a
I
direct
do and don't
question,
do when you don't
you're on
even
some
know
matrix
what I
bullshit,
asked you
dodging
to
and bobbing and weaving.
I'm bullet dodging, right? Because you're trying to play a game and I'm clarifying like I do with the courts. Explain to me what prayer is so I could tell you if I do it or not.
Well, then you don't do it if you got to be explained to.
There you go. No, I want to know what your version of prayer is, because depending on which dogmatic I talk to, they'll have a different version of what that is. So I want to make sure I'm not answering incorrectly to a question I don't know is being asked.
You're answering a question with a question. So we're
So
gonna go around all
define
day on this
prayer,
shit.
what it looks and feels like, and I'll tell you if I do it or not, because my version of prayer might be different than yours.
Well, you said your version, so then I'll just take your word for it that you pray. Here goes blunt number 4 in the first hour, right?
No,
Blunt
it's
number
not,
4.
sir. It's the same one I keep relighting, and or it's the second one. So
Damn,
just
you can't
'cause
even
I
take it to
put
the
it
dome.
down
What are you, a
and
pussy?
put it out, or
You gotta
put it
take that
down
shit
and
to the
talk.
dome, fam. Are you a quitter?
No, I don't need peer pressure to decide how much reefer I'm going to smoke or not. I just do, in the moment, whatever feels right to me. So it's not, you're lying and doing bad faith, false claims to play a gotcha game, and it never works.
I
You're
just like to fuck
embarrassing
with you,
yourself.
Paul.
It's not the
too
fourth
easy.
one. It keeps going out, and I keep relighting it.
And he's absolutely correct when it comes to gluttony. It's all about food and drink, nothing else.
I disagree, but regardless.
He disagrees with the thousands of year olds etymology because he's going to be his own God and make up his own language too.
Blunt after blunt after blunt after blunt is not gluttony.
Where is blunt in the scripture?
Why are you trying to figure out one way you can get a gotcha on me when I outcompete you in every other arena, and walking away you don't and won't because you're a coward?
It's not a competition to me.
It is. You're making it a competition. You're losing horribly. I'm gluttonous because I'm smoking blunt after blunt. Great. You're a punk ass coward in and of the world living by man's laws. You've rebuked God and the Most High and God's law. It's a joke.
That's the fundamental difference. I've told you,
That's
bro.
the fundamental difference. You want to live in the world and of it,
sin.
not
You
walk in any
don't
way,
incorporate sin
have
into
no
the worldview. I don't ever
consequences,
see that here.
sacrifices, and expect to be brought into heaven by doing and being a little to nothing. You're a joke. Since the beginning of time, this is how slaves always act.
Sin up here
Sit there and pray, wait for it to get better, do little to nothing. When they're in a concentration camp, keep praying till they go to the gas chamber. You're a fucking joke.
I'm glad you think that, Paul.
It's not that I think that. I'm telling you the historicity of creation.
I can look at the pig and I can know. You got gray skin, you got dark circles under your eyes.
I didn't say
the same shit every day.
I didn't say
that.
Right. You look very cute today. You've got a nice little manicured pussy on the bottom of your mouth there, right? It's trimmed just the right way. You know, you got some soft, effeminate looking skin. Right, you haven't really got out in the light. They talk about me being in a trailer. Notice how my skin's burned from top to bottom, neck, back, face, constantly red and burned. You know, you have that like
that's that blue light.
You got that house slave. Oh, it's the blue light, right? That's hilarious.
That's that blue beam.
You got that house slave skin, right? You got that Blanquita Latino skin, right? You're one of them Blanquitas that sits in the house all day washing clothes. For your woman and child, probably. So you don't see the light in the sun in any area. You don't see the brightness. You don't see the brightness of a son of God, just like you and others are. Right? You don't see the brightness of that. You don't go out and see the brightness of the sun. You turn away.
Too, right?
You turn away and go back in the house with your gaming buddies.
Where do you get the gaming thing? I don't understand where you come from with the gaming.
You're a typical modern day metaversal gamer nerd. That's the presentment to me. That's the presentment. If a woman met you, she'd say, I guarantee he owns a PS5 or whatever the latest console is. Guarantee fucking to you.
I don't own a PS5. Don't give a shit about games, really.
Well, that's how you present. A worldly, reprobate, childish slave who probably owns a console. Thinks his life is in there.
Definitely not. That's why I don't get what he says. That's why you're just allowed to just say shit. You just make shit up and you just
I'm allowed to say whatever I want. That's what it appears to me. I didn't say that was the truth, and I know it to be true. I said if I always, this is what I do, right? And I know I'm gay, whatever. I go into the mode of what would a woman see, right? If they knew what I knew and they were like going to choose a mate, what would they see if they saw you walk up? And they'd say, if this guy walks up, he's going to be using my debit card at some point, and he probably owns a console. And probably drives a Honda with a way too big spoiler because he's racing boy. Right?
Women are bad judges of character, so who gives a fuck what a woman says?
Well, there you go. All women are one thing. That's great. Yeah. You gotta always respect a guy who says he's like religious and faithful, and then judges all women with resentment and bitterness because he's probably an incel or has been for a long time.
Incel.
At some point.
I got a kid almost your fucking age, Paul. What the fuck are you talking about?
What does that mean? What does that mean? I know I talk to guys regularly who are married who aren't getting fucked for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months at a time because the woman can't stand them no more. What does that mean? All that means is you picked one and even she won't fuck you and you got no other options. Create life.
You like to just make shit up and just say shit.
You won't answer to any of it, right?
Well, yeah, I can say the same to you.
I asked you to define player and then I was going to answer the question. You couldn't even do that. So I'm going to sit here and give content to the people. You like to troll down there.
I think Steve
come up and I'm going to tell you what's apparent to me, what it appears to be to me, and you tell me how close I am. Cold, hot, warm. It's like a game we do.
I was going to say, going back to what you were saying, if you want to differentiate the system from the beast system and all that, are you comfortable with if the system's different with where it's going with your children living in this? I mean, don't you see it? How crazy it is, or maybe you don't see it that way, but I don't want my kids or my children.
Drew, how old are you?
I'm 44.
Okay, and you got a kid my age?
No, not quite, but I have a 21-year-old daughter.
So half my age almost.
66.6%.
Right.
So, Steve, was your question where did you ask if I'm comfortable with the way the system is going?
Well, yeah. I mean, you were kind of when I asked that, you were kind of, saying that there's a difference between the beast system and maybe the law system, or however you want to differentiate it. But even if that's the case, I mean, are you comfortable with what's going on in this world and where it's going and what's to be for our children in the future?
No, absolutely not.
To me, it just looks horrible.
That's why I had 2 more kids, so I can put 2 more players in the game that are going to know what the fuck to do when it's time.
That doesn't make any sense. You don't know what to do now when it's time.
According to your fucking tunnel vision.
So what are you doing? So what are you doing to secure rights, freedom, principles, destiny, women, and children?
Praying.
Okay, there you go. So you're going to raise up another dogmatic bunch of slaves to pray and do little to nothing and live in the world and be of it. Great job.
It seems to me
66.6. You're a beast of burden. Right, you'll know him by his number. You just gave us the number. You're a beast of burden in the world and of it. Then you want to tell me I'm the non-physical, that I'm the physical rooted being, right? And you're the spiritual being. It's laughable. Everything you live for is in the world and of it.
I agree. Everything is
in the authorities of the world, right? I'm in the trailer, right? I'm the poor one. I'm the broke one. I'm the one who gave everything up to go to a tent. I'm not the worldly, physical, lustful, greedy, gluttonous being. You all are.
False, bro.
Living off the fat of the slave land.
I quit my job of 13 years over the motherfucking mask, dude. I was making like 60K. It was easy as fuck.
Okay,
I could have just sat there and made this money. Like I can't.
That's fine.
Right, so I'm doing shit out here too. I don't like when I help someone.
When I help someone with that's the most recent thing that God put on everybody to finally make them find their nutsack on some level. So you might have started to find your nutsack over the past couple of years because you're starting to grow out of a spiritual child, maybe into a man, like my father and the rest who've done little to nothing all their life and maybe finally said, I won't do that after maybe months and years. Finally said, I won't do that no more. Right. But of course, there's going to be more. God's going to put more on us and there's going to be more tests and challenges. And most folks are going to fail. I don't know if you've noticed. That's the theme here. Most folks failed miserably and have been failing for a long time. Because, yes, it's a spiritual war and we're having a physical experience and we're co-creators in that experience. So we must do and be, or we will not get, we will not have.
And it seems like you found solace in religion, particularly the Christian religion. Like you somehow believe that this is the answer to the world's problems. That's what I'm getting. You seem like a very religious man.
What would be the answer to the world's problems?
Self-improvement.
Yeah. If you talk about that, didn't Jesus, maybe he prayed, but didn't he actually walk the walk too, the actions?
But
there's no more to it than just saying a prayer,
Well, to me, the religions are just other institutions of control.
Right, and I believed that at one time too.
I agree with you. I was kind of asking Drew.
It's a cult, just like the person says down there.
I believe that at one time too, Paul. So everyone can only understand it up to their level of comprehension.
No.
Yes.
I'm talking about.
That's why there's Jack Talcott. There's people out there that love
Christ
Jack Talcott
being that you say you worship.
In fire, right? There's people that think Jack Talcott's spitting fire, right? Because they can only understand it up to their level of comprehension. So the same people in the chat here that think you're spitting fire, they can only
not beyond mine. It's the other way around, buddy boy. I don't know why you
said all the same shit you guys say about Jesus years ago.
Okay. Let's take a guess here, folks. Let's take a guess here, folks. Who's put more time, energy, attention into all of these disciplines and subjects for comprehension? Me or the Drew person? And then walked it and lived it. Me or the Drew person? It's a laughable comparison. It's laughable that you would sit there and
fucking kid. Shut the fuck up.
Raised a kid. We're back to Provo Nerd and his bullshit.
Because it changes you, Paul. You would never know nothing about it.
That's ego
identification. You LARP that you're a daddy.
You have something that extends off of you, and you think that's where your value is. Not you and how you live. So I'm telling you, you have no relationship with what
I've done it, and I went back to do it again. My kids are grown. They went out. I went back to do it again.
The book to talk about a Christed experience. Okay? So this is worldly foolishness where you have to look at a book to feel something because your lifestyle and way and connection with that spirit isn't strong enough. If it was, the book would be a correlation, not your source of understanding, which leads to confusion because it's remixed and corrupted, and it's from an egoic perspective, just like you come from.
Yep. So this is the part where you do your chat GPT and you just spit shit out, whether it's real or not. You say it
right, because you have little to no comprehension of flow space. I could just talk like ChatGPT. Yeah, I'm a supercomputer connected to the most high consciousness. That's how it's supposed to be, not a mumbling, stuttering joke like
the
you.
computer doesn't know what the fuck it's saying. It's just outputting bullshit. It doesn't know what the fuck it says. Just says shit, and then dumbasses read it and they believe it. So just like in the chat here, you say some confident shit, and they can only understand to their level of comprehension.
Right, because you're the highest comprehension in the room right now.
I'm not the highest in the world. I'm higher than this shit. And
in the room, you're going to say me and everyone else can't comprehend what you can, so you're a higher level of comprehension while demonstrating.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. I'm not denying that. That's what I'm saying. Correct.
You're low comprehension and incompetent, incompetent. You can't compete with me in my comprehension.
The resolution's too high. You can't see it.
You can't even define the words that you're using.
I asked
and you want to talk about comprehension? Do you even know what comprehension means? Because you've not displayed it. I ask you what words mean. You don't even know what they mean. You constantly make mistakes and confusion without comprehension, talking about gluttony and not knowing what it means objectively.
Blunt after blunt is gluttony.
Hey, real quick, my battery's about to die. I'm going to try and jump on another device.
The arbiter of
not
truth,
my feelings, Paul. I'm not against weed. I smoked weed for 25 years, all day, every fucking day.
Well, how do you take a word and what it means and apply it to something else if it doesn't mean that?
Every fucking day I smoke weed.
You just tried to do that.
Smoking weed.
You
I'm just
went
saying you're a sinner.
your way, not the way. You walk in your way, not the way.
Just admit you're a sinner.
I'm a sinner now.
Try to throw less logs on the fire. The beast system.
I'm a sinner. Now what?
So now you recognize that, and you try to throw less logs on the fire of the beast system. Try to sin less and less every day.
Right.
You'll never be perfect.
So how many logs you got burning on that fire versus me smoking reefer?
Plenty. I throw plenty.
Right. You're a kept pet slave from top to bottom of man's law. I smoke reefer. Great.
Sinner,
so you're incompetent there too. You can't compete in your spiritual faith from your standard.
We're all sinners.
Okay. So you want to equalize now. You want to do superiority complex while being an inferiority.
I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm saying we're all sinners,
somebody who's outcompeted you in most areas. Because I didn't have a child. Because I chose not to have a child. With multiple women who said they wanted to have children with me, and I wasn't ready and knew they weren't ready, so I didn't.
That barren wasteland you got next to you?
What does the woman?
Barren wasteland ain't gonna have no motherfucking children with you.
Well, you know what's funny about that? You could keep insulting Jennifer because you're a very classless individual. You're very low rent, low class individual spiritually. You're broke. You're broken spiritually. You're broke. You're not rich in spirit, right? You don't have discernment.
You're out here flexing like some 50-year-old shit, like it's your woman. You're
first
not
saying, of all,
I smash on this 50-year-old and she can take her teeth out from me. I get it.
But I'm not the one. I'm not the one who gets
a little respectable.
I'm not the one who gets my value from women and children. I provide value to women and children. I don't get my validation from women and children. You do, little soy boy. So just because there's a woman in my life, among others, who I have a connection with and I've shared experience and time with, who we have mutual levels of attraction with, is part of life. And it's a good part of life. But you're so divided and disconnected and judgmental and hateful that you can't even see the magic and the love in us co-creating along with other people. Because I'm also not a monogamy. I'm also not a lying, cheating monogamy soy boy like you who goes on Pornhub once in a while but don't tell nobody because you really, aren't really happy with the woman you're with. See, that's a woman.
Here we go. This is where it comes from.
That's
you just
a woman in my life, and I'm happy with our relationship. I'm inspired by it. The woman you picked forever, you're not happy with, so you're going to try to demean a woman who you see in my life. You're a pathetic clown.
No, it's a joke, dude. You're supposed to be out here procreating.
No, it's not a joke. I'm not out here as a player. I've been with 4 women in my life. I don't market myself as some pussy getting player. You all project that onto me because women receive me well nowadays. Women come up here and receive me well and want to co-create with me. You don't get that.
There's no such thing as gilfs, only gifts.
Right, that's fine. You could keep talking shit, but I guarantee, I bet that Jennifer, on some level, some parts of her look way better than that woman you're with. You might never know because you might not see it, but I was pretty surprised. So again, she's 50. She's a bit older than me, right? That's fine. She's got a lot of these women being. I've seen
kids and be a real fucking
a
daddy
fair
and start
amount of
talking
women
about it on the
naked,
fucking
and
internet.
if we're gonna play ego competition, she's got a lot of them beat. Okay, and she's not dried up like you say. She's very wet, very functional. I'm typically
you got her at bingo right now.
And no, she actually works out, is a school teacher, does extra part-time work on the side, and then takes care of house and cooks. So she probably does more than you.
Those originals
She
are in the pocket
probably,
right now.
ironically, does more than you and the woman you're with throughout a day. She gets more
Again, you
done,
just saying
so.
shit. You just say fucking shit.
Man.
You know, if you
you're
say
really
shit
off on all
confidently
this.
enough, the chat will
And
believe
here's
it,
a
even though it's
really
based on
interesting
fucking
event
zero
that happened.
truth.
Here's a
Based
really
on
interesting
nothing.
event that happened. I made a half truth, half
Go get her
joke
some maple nut ice cream, Paul.
Right. I made a half truth, half joke that, hey, somehow or another, Jennifer getting with me was going to revive her womb. And she wound up telling me that she thinks she's having cycles again. Right. So she wasn't having that. Right. She had gone through a period of not having that. And now biology is so interesting and epigenetics is so interesting that when a man is worthy of procreating with, it seems that her genetics have reactivated. So she actually could have a child. But again, I'm not interested.
She just wanted a week off, I think. She just told you that so she could get a week off.
No, she usually comes to me for interactions. And I'm, we're both pretty much always kind of open for that kind of thing and always kind of into it. So I don't have to like talk a woman who's in my life into bed with me. A lot of them are excited, believe it or not, to be with the white gorilla. I know it's confusing.
Where's the testimony
it would
of
have
these
been
women that you're
confusing to
claiming?
me at one point when I hated myself and women and was disconnected and confused and didn't know how life worked like you. Right.
Where's the testimony of all these women that come to you that you talk about?
So now I was okay. Would you like? I should have had that ready for you, huh? I should have had all the women.
I haven't seen
testimonies
it ever.
Haven't seen it ever. Okay.
Again, you go out 12 hours a day. I'm not in here all day.
So yeah, I
Maybe
guess what
people have
you
been
see
in
in
here saying
but
it.
I guess while you're
Possible.
following, watching, waiting, and hating, if you don't quite see everything, it doesn't exist, right? This is Mr. Fate.
That's why I'm asking.
If
where
you
it's
didn't
at.
see it, then it doesn't happen, right? Didn't happen.
I'm just asking where it's at. I'm
Okay.
sure it's there. You said it. It must be.
Yeah, I
true,
don't
right?
need to play ego proving games with you. I'm not interested in proving I'm a man to another man. That's what you do.
That's exactly what I don't. I don't give a fuck what you say.
No,
You
that's
say
what
some
you've been
laughable
doing. You've been
fucking
coming
shit,
up
dude.
here
You just
competing
pop
with me.
bullshit
from
out
the
of your
chat.
fucking mouth, dude.
I had to beg you to come up here because you're a hoe. Then you want to start talking shit about women you don't know because you're angry.
Right.
Because you're angry and bitter and resentful with women. You got that spirit of your mama in you, so you're going to compete with women like a woman. You're a joke. You
It's
can't
just
compete
laughable
with
to me when a guy with
You can't compete with me, so you go to try to compete with women.
Calling someone with 4 fucking kids a slave. That's a fucking
Right, I
that's a
got to
real
treat
fucking
you like
joke.
you're my
That's a
son,
slave.
like I'm doing now,
That's a
right? I'm
fucking
sonning
joke.
you. I'm putting you in your fucking place like I do a lot of soy boys who have children. Just because you stick your dick in something and something pops out doesn't mean you're a daddy. Doesn't mean you're a good father. Doesn't mean you're a good man or a great man.
Like I said, I went back in the motherfucking game. My kids are grown and gone. I went back in the game and made 2 more.
Right,
I
but
know
you
what
ain't.
the fuck I'm
But
doing.
the point is, from top to bottom, you're a non-threatening corporate male, right?
To who?
To everyone, to your masters, to your
Who am I supposed to be
masters,
threatening?
to me. No, I'm not saying you're supposed to be violent. I'm saying that the way you live and move, you're so lukewarm that you're just not a player in
Because
any
you know-
sense.
you know
You're
how
not
I
in the
live and
game
move.
in any sense. You're
Because
not
you
a
can look at the
threat.
being and you can know.
You're not a mover. You're not a shaker. You're not anything we haven't seen over and over again before. You're an NPC slave with a religious dogma uploading.
What's your dogma, Paul?
I don't have dogma. I'm not dogmatic.
That's a dogma.
I'm not an animal.
Damn. No dogma is a dogma.
Is it?
Yeah.
To be free thinking and free loving and to be objective in truth and to amalgamate and make connections based on what is observable, definable, experiential, explainable.
Your chat is fucking triggered like I'm attacking them themselves. It's funny.
No, they're just
they see you as an extension of themselves because again, man, they can only understand to their level of comprehension.
Right.
So
We're
to
all not as
them,
smart
so
as you.
to them, you're a fucking big brain, and they're like, "Wow,
Right.
Paul's so fucking smart. I wish I could be like this."
Right. Are you jealous, Drew? Are you jealous that you have like 40 live viewers, been doing this for years? I regularly get 130 to 180, depending on the season, because a lot of it's seasonal.
I'm jealous. That's a big brain argument. I'm jealous.
And then like the majority of folks
your
in your
numbers
chat are a bunch
aren't
of like broken children and miscreants, and folks who come here might be a little bit different. And you can't imagine why they
more
would
pay pigs than me. I respect that.
Pay pigs. Okay, so
Pay
because
piggies.
people choose voluntarily to support me and donate, you're going to pocket watch and hate on that too.
No, I said that's good. I like that.
That's good. Yeah, you wish you had that and you don't because you have little to no value. Well, maybe if you shut the fuck up and listen and become better, you get more pay piggies, whatever that is. These are good men and women who probably work hard, unlike you, and then they choose to sacrifice what they've worked for to give it towards somebody they see as a good investment in the community, if that makes sense. So that's a positive dynamic, and you wish you had that because you don't do anything on the metaverse in life or the community worth investing or contributing to. Really, as I see it, you know,
I'm not hating. Again, I don't hate on people making money. Ever.
Nah,
I'm never jealous or anything. That's why it's laughable.
You are a little bit. I get it. I never thought it'd be like this. So I get it. I get why it happens like this. I never thought it'd be like this for me. Right. I guess it was always kind of destined for a time. I don't know how long it continues, but I get it. If you'd have told me that I would be me now the way I was, I'd have laughed at it and said, yeah, right. Who's going to listen to me?
I lost you somewhere.
Be part of what I'm doing. Who's going to respect me? Right. And then I kind of changed some things up about myself and how I lived. And what do you know?
Hey, me too, man. I'm a whole different man than I was when I was even your age, man. I'm a completely different man.
And there's probably still more to do for all of us.
Oh, so absolutely.
So when we want to be real with ourselves and each other, ourselves first and foremost, because we don't have to do it in public, but if we want to be real with ourselves and others, we're going to have to look at what we've done and not done and what we're going to be part of doing and how that all comes together spiritually, right? Physically, metaphysically.
Comes from the sin. That's where I'm at with it.
Okay, and I get that.
Until you don't incorporate that, you're not gonna get to that place, that state of mind.
Hey, buddy, sorry to butt in.
Provo Slave is here. You want to see?
Sorry to butt in.
Where are you going, Wizard? Fishing? All right, we'll see you later. Go ahead, Provo Nerd. Come on up. It's a momentous occasion. The CUCK body outline is here. Whoa. CUCK body outline is here. Zav,
Colonel CUCK. Where's Provo? Is this Provo?
Yeah, I came up because earlier. I heard him say he's never been to the courts, even though he backtracked and said that he did go to the courts back in the day. But my question is, you think that just because you are law abiding, you don't break any rules, that you won't never end up in the courts?
No, I don't think that. And I don't. If I said that, I misspoke. I thought I said I'm not going to court anymore. I've been in court. I've been in jail. I live that life. I don't live that life anymore. I don't ride dirty. I don't do any thing where I'm not gonna. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible I could get caught up in some shit. Yeah, absolutely, it's possible. But it's highly unlikely.
It's a lot of guys people don't that's perfectly innocent. Never even.
It's a possibility, yeah, but it doesn't happen to most people that aren't fucking doing some crazy shit.
I'm not even talking about jail. I'm talking about the courts.
Yeah, I'm saying most people don't get like caught up in the court system.
Yeah, if you pay your slave tax and you give a third of what you work for, and you get all your property registered as public property, and you don't actually own anything, you'll never have problems with the courts. Maybe, possibly, hopefully.
Maybe I wouldn't even go that far, Paul, because I know
until your woman decides to drag you in there and take half your shit, and then you got to hire another man to like defend you.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
What about that?
That's not going to happen. I know, because every guy like didn't sit there in their ego going, my woman's never going to leave me once in the past, right? You're so
the thing is, the more you give them power, is the more they're going to take that power. And for the longest time, I'm talking about the government, the people who run the courts, the judges,
right?
The people you give your power over to.
What power am
I think it's more because people are lazy. They don't want responsibility, so they give the responsibility over
to the government and the judges. And that's a religious mind.
I would bring it back to the sin, because the
But don't you
sin
think
is
that's
what fuels the system. So the sin, the physical manifestation, begins in the spiritual realm. So when the more and more sin, more logs are being thrown on the fire, that's what's going to cause this beast system to strengthen itself in the physical realm.
You say that, but when you give it to the religions, what you're doing is you're empowering them, because that's just another institution. The Pope, the pastor, all these guys you're giving your power to, and then they take that
Power am
power
I
and
giving them?
they do whatever they want.
So if the whole world was
You
Christian,
think you're praying to
and
a God,
there
but
would
you're
be no
really just
government,
praying
there
to
would
a
be
man.
a church. If there was no, would you rather be paying 10% to the church or 30-50% to the
These
government?
days, I
You
can't
have
tell the
no
difference.
idea
I
the
think the
being that you
government is
speak
the new
of.
church.
You have no idea the being you speak of, sir. The being who was Christed, as you say, you talk about from Scripture, said, "Come out of the church." You think Christians go to church? You're a worldly fool.
So you don't need the church.
Christians have a
No
direct
one needs the church.
relationship with the Holy Spirit. That's what makes them different from all dogmatic religionists. They have
But
a
nobody
direct
needs the church. Is that what you're
relationship.
saying?
That's what true anarchy is. No masters, no slaves, a direct relationship with the creative force so one can govern themselves and commune and create community.
So church is bad. Is that what you're saying, or what?
The majority of churches are full of NPC, worldly deceived and deceiver slaves like you. Don't know their ass from their elbow.
So if that person goes to church and they hear a sermon from someone and it prevents them
You
from
are the
doing
church. Your body,
it prevents
your
them
body
from
is
doing
the
some
church.
horrible
When you give
mistake
your
during the
power to
week,
the
because they're able to
institution,
think back to that sermon that was on Sunday.
Did we need the
They
church
don't-
for that, or is that
They
called
don't-
fellowship? Do we need the church for that, or is that called community and fellowship,
Well,
which
you
we
said
don't
church
have?
is bad, so
Because
I'm
you all
saying if
need
someone goes to church,
institutionalization. You all need institutions and buildings in order to take people seriously in your own life seriously. There's your problem. You're institutionalized.
okay, can I finish what I'm saying? You said church is bad.
yeah, you
And I'm saying, what about the people that go to church and they hear a sermon, and then during the week something comes up that was talked about on Sunday, and instead of making that mistake and generating that sin, they think back to that Sunday, and then they don't do it.
Yeah, that's called counseling. It doesn't
They don't
require
cheat on
church.
their spouse or whatever.
Counseling
They
and
don't
support systems
steal
and
something
community.
that they wanted to.
Called counseling and support systems and community. It doesn't require a bunch of sheep going into a pew, sitting down and listening to their
But
daddy.
you said it was bad. So if someone did that and they went there,
No,
and
I'm
then
doing it
they were
here,
able to
sir.
avoid
That's
that
what you
sin
all
in the
don't
middle of
get.
the week.
I
How is that bad?
I hold that kind of service here all day, every day, where everyone could come forth from all different types of communities, address whatever issues they have in their life. If not, let me do my rap and my broadcast for entertainment purposes only, and then maybe we mix in the panel of community members and we talk about whatever, or we just have a good time and we rejoice and celebrate life. So I don't need anybody to tell me how church works, how court works, how community and communing works, because I'm leading in all those areas, whether you know it or not.
There's a good comment here. Rusty says, by counseling, you mean grooming. I did mean to bring that up, as I see the same thing here as I see with Owen Benjamin, as adult groomers. People that are, and who are these adults that are getting fucking groomed? The retards.
Who am I? Yeah, who am I grooming? What am I getting
the retards
at?
in the fucking chat. That
And
are
what
like,
do
wow,
I get?
Paul,
Other
you
than
changed my fucking life, man. I didn't pay my insurance.
Okay,
anymore.
so there
My
you
life
go.
has
If
changed,
we
bro.
go to a church,
wow.
Right, so you're hating, jealous, and envious because you don't change
Wow,
lives.
I'm driving without fucking
You
insurance.
haven't changed
now,
your own
dude.
life. You haven't changed your own life and can't change other lives.
haven't
so now you're
changed
angry
my-
and hating. So now you're angry and jealous and hating. I can't have you talking over me constantly when I'm answering your jealous, angry, hating, egoic presentment. Right? So you're not entitled to have folks venerate you the way they do me, because I actually have results in my life and give that away, and that gets results in others' lives, and they see value in that, so they speak on that and live from that. You don't get that because you've not done that, and you want to equalize because you're entitled, because you think you can believe on a God and be all you can be. And it doesn't work for you, apparently, in the physical experience or spiritual experience, because I'm in your mind and heart and you're triggered internally, and physically you're not getting the validation and physical experience you were hoping for on this metaverse. So when you change your life and give that away and change other lives, you'll have that experience. I'm not
Paulie
grooming
got triggered
them.
by the grooming. You didn't
How
like
am
getting
I
called out on the
grooming them to
grooming.
do that when I play no
Groomer.
favorites? I'm not politically correct. I don't kiss ass, and I don't compromise anything that I think, feel, and believe on or know to be true.
When you guys had that chat the other day about predators, to me it sounded like you were saying people that have a driver's license are fucking worse than predators. Sounded like a predator apologist to me.
I don't even know what that means, sir, and I'm sure I didn't say that. That's another low comprehension out of context.
You said they're just doing what was done to them. That's the exact quote.
You
said they're
say,
doing what was
right?
done to them.
Right. Okay.
So there's tons of people that it was done to.
Somebody who has a license is equal to somebody who has sex with children. Yes, I'm sure that's what I said.
That's what it sounded like.
That's what it sounded like. That's an egoic way of saying I didn't say that, but you're going to pretend
you said they're just doing what was done to them.
To hear. Because that's what you wanted to hear, right? You're selective in your hearing and memory.
I never would want to hear some shit like that. I couldn't believe.
No, you do, because it provides you another place to rant and hold me accountable, aka create content and be seen and heard for being jealous, envious, and hating, right?
So you don't believe in death for predators?
Are you going to kill them?
Sure, I'll be glad to.
You're a punk ass coward. You ain't killing nobody.
I'll chop the fucking head off. I'll be the hangman.
You ain't doing nothing to nobody. You and I both.
Again, you just say shit, bro. You just say.
You're acting like a little boy.
Based on nothing.
You ain't doing nothing.
Cut him up. I don't give a fuck.
You ain't doing
predator, dude.
You ain't doing nothing.
It's a fucking predator.
You don't even stand for your own rights and freedoms or your children and women, and I'm supposed to believe you're going to take life now.
What do you do to stand for
Grim Reaper?
Without a fucking license?
The Grim Reaper, the people's champ's going to start taking pedophiles' lives like John Wick.
I made my own cardboard license plate, man. I stood up for your rights and freedom. Oh, let me ban you real quick. Let me rage kick you real quick.
Did I rage kick you at all here today, making all your false claims, insulting yourself, the woman that I know, me, acting like a fool, embarrassing yourself, acting like a triggered little child who's jealous and envious and needs something that I have?
Again, jealous. That's
constantly
like the
here
lowest level
watching
of
me
like
in my
comprehension.
Bro, you're an embarrassment as a content
jealous,
creator.
bro.
You're an embarrassment as a being and a content creator. You supposedly have a following, according to some people down there, and you would
got
waste
130 people in here, bro. You're jealous, bro.
You would waste your time, energy, attention playing games with me and making absolutely no points that mean anything to anyone, really?
It's not my fault if you can't understand it. I can't understand it for you.
You're so bright. You're beyond me, right?
Just look into the sin.
I got it.
Absorb it a little bit. Sit with it for a while and see where it is.
Sit with the guilt. Sit with the guilt about you characterizing whatever you feel like a hoe as sin, but having no objective logic. I have no objectively logical explanation for anything you say or mean or believe, because you act like a bitch and you're led by your feelings, and the church and their dogma has you wrapped up like a hoe, like they have most NPC dogmatic religious slaves, because as it said from the beginning of time, religion's the opiate of the masses. You're an addict. You want to talk about me and reefer? You're addicted to your religion. It comforts you, makes you feel warm and cozy and euphoric, lets you believe on stuff without having to do and be anything. It's your heroin. So great.
You don't want to believe in it because you don't want to be judged.
No, I have a direct relationship, I feel, as far as my experience shows me, with a spirit and energy of force that you may call a Holy Spirit. But I can't really prove that. So, good luck trying to explain that to someone like you who has such high comprehension. So I just come on. I am myself. I am that am. I communicate the word of truth. I live on that as far as I perceive it. And then I ask everyone else to put forth what they have. And it's little to nothing. So that's why folks resonate with me and not the rest of you, because you can't explain anything that you think, feel, and do. And even the words you use, you don't understand. You're a bunch of spiritual children, and I'm daddy daycare here.
Light another one. Or did you just park on it so long it went out again? All you talk about, you sit up here and talk some Sigmund Freud bullshit, some self-help
Sigmund
bullshit.
Freud bullshit. Okay. So you don't get any of it. I can't explain it to you.
It's literally fucking gobbledygook bullshit.
No, it's experience that I've had, and you either get it or you don't.
Freud bullshit is real.
Right. The same experiential bullshit that, as you say, you've been watching other people say change their life. So if it is Sigmund Freud bullshit, it's changing lives. So
I see him over in Archaic say that he changed their lives as well just by reading some fucking books.
So you're now going to compare me to Archaics.
Very similar in the fan base. Very similar reaction. Similar things they say. You're jealous. That's what they said to me when I said, "Oh, he's a predator." They said, "You're just jealous." That's the
So
level
I'm
of
a
argument
predator
that you're
now?
at, Paul.
Oh, I'm a predator. That's what you're saying?
I didn't say you're a predator. I'm talking about the chat when they say I'm jealous for calling archaics.
But no,
a predator.
you
That's
already
their
did
argument
earlier
is that-
say that I'm a predator and that I
I didn't
identify
say
with
you're a
predators.
predator. I said you did
No,
sound like
you
a
said
predator
it sounds
apologist.
like I'm a predator apologist.
You did sound like a
which
predator
means
apologist.
I must be one of them or equal to them. And now you did the same rap with archaics.
You
So
sound
where's
like a
your
predator apologist when you
okay?
don't advocate
So you
for
have
the
an
death of
agenda,
predators.
right? You have an MO and agenda. You're a hater, and you want to like try
I'm
to
here-
equalize by going
If you
around
call-
and
if you
pointing
call
out things that
holding you
aren't there.
accountable a hater, then
See, I
okay,
wouldn't
I'm a hater.
mind if we did this, like holding everyone accountable. I do this as well, but I don't come from a player hating, jealous, envious point of view. It's better
Again,
being
that's a
me.
weak-ass
than-
argument to say
no,
I'm
no, no.
jealous.
It's better being me than it is being you.
And it's
Archaics.
subjective in every fucking way.
It's
Right.
better being me
We
than
know,
it is
we
being.
know.
It's better being me than it is being you. Archaics,
Right.
Larkin Rose, Mark Passio, and you can say that's egoic. List them. I'd rather at one point I would have rather been anyone else but me. I'm on the other side of that now. Most people I meet, I say, you know what? I'd rather continue to be me than be these people.
That's good, but you got to keep
That's
going.
a
I feel
good
like you're resting
experience
on
to
your
have,
laurels
right?
with the
That's a good
information you have
experience to
now,
have.
and
You're not having
resting
that
on those laurels, and you don't want to.
Yeah, you're not having that experience. I
And now
can
you
tell.
wanna-
You don't like
you
your
wanna
life.
become
You
a
don't like
teacher.
your purpose and meaning. You don't like your broadcast, and you don't like your audience, truly. And they
Again,
probably
you
don't
say
really
shit.
respect you
You
either.
just say shit, bro. You can say whatever. I could say anything about you. That doesn't mean it's true.
You're right. But you're saying things that are not true, and you're saying it's true. I'm saying what I'm perceiving of you because you're not actually open-hearted and open-minded enough to exchange the truth of the facts of the matter. You're going to pretend and play and obfuscate and do
No,
ego.
you. I could say the same thing to you. I mean, it's just a loop at
That's
this
cool.
point.
That's cool. Anything else that you want to talk about? Because you made so many like strong points here about me and how much better you are than me and how much more you know me.
Never said I'm better
How
than
much
you.
more spiritually faithful you are than me, and how I'm like just like archaics, and the fan base is the same
The
too.
fan base is similar. I didn't say you're
Fan
like
base.
that.
So like you call it a fan base. I don't consider it that, but you
The chat.
consider these
Let's call it the
folks-
chat. We'll call it the
Right.
chat.
These are men and women down there who are all their own people, but you think it's a fan base because you're a collectivist. You see
them.
groups everywhere. You see groups and collectivized, generalized ideas everywhere. And you don't understand any of it and have no clarity and no ability to focus in. You have no focus and attention. Is
I
really
see
what
the
it is.
same comment
Another
in your
characteristic
chat
of
to
a
you
child.
that his chat says to him. It's the exact same thing.
That's fine. I'm not
You
interested in what
changed my life.
archaics and
Wowie.
yeah, I'm not interested in what you think about what
Amazing.
archaics and his chat says about my chat.
It's the
Right, I'm
same
not
thing as
interested.
the Bears because you
You
got the
sound
same
like a
grooming
little
ass
girl.
adult groomer, like
You
a
sound
Owen
like a
Benjamin.
little girl with not much to do in your life. You
Yeah.
might want to get back to that wife and fuck her like you're so happy to do.
I'm getting older now. I got to recharge. I already
I'm
had
sure you
one
do.
today, so I need a couple hours.
Right.
I'm getting up there.
Right.
What else you got?
You tell me, sir. I just wanted to get you out of my hair constantly watching, waiting, following, hating, and being triggered like a little hoe.
Of course, I'm gonna say some shit when I see some hypocritical bullshit come out of your mouth
Great.
or your actions.
You're like the, you're policy enforcement of the web. You're going to hold everyone accountable. You're going to enforce your understanding, even though it's very.
I'm not the one saying I'm not a slave and everyone else is a slave, but then I'm here for rights and freedoms, and then I'm gonna ban everyone.
Cool. I didn't ban anybody. I put you in the chamber 5 minutes at a time for acting like children, like you're doing now up here.
Same thing.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in your determination of rights and freedoms. You clearly have a skewed perspective on many layers. So why would I listen to you about anything when you can't explain anything to make any sense to anybody
You
beyond
don't listen.
child
You don't answer any questions either.
Okay. Well, they're, pretty much the fan base is saying you're getting destroyed and you look like a fool and they can't believe like
They
me
think
that
I'm
you
directly attacking them. I guess I have been a little bit.
No, you're just an embarrassment and ego cycling on a defensive, trying to survive up here like you are in life. And you think that because you try to keep a poker face, some folks don't see right through that. Every once in a while, your face drops and you realize you're unmatched with me. This is why I don't get why you all ever come to me. You know, in a battle of wits, you're unarmed. Why do you even try to gamble and self-sabotage playing with me? It never goes well for any of you.
You were talking shit. I decided
Just
to
stick
come.
to doing TikTok voices and talking about the Zodiac Killer, man, and what he did.
Yeah, you sounded so fucking dumb.
You
talking
sound
about
like
that,
the
dude.
desperate housewife. You sit at home watching serial killer movies
That
and then
video is
talk
5 years old, and you're saying I'm doing a TikTok.
Right. No,
boy.
I'm
That shit's
saying
from
you should
before
resurrect
TikTok.
that. People like that. You might go somewhere with that. All the fame and
I
fortune
don't
and
like it. I do
validation
what
you're
I
looking
want to
for.
do, just like you. I do it
Right.
how I
Well, you
want to
should
do
get
it.
back to that. That was good stuff.
I'm not
This is
worried about subscribers and money
At
and all
least
this
tell
other
us about
bullshit.
somebody who did something. You'll not be known for anything. At least those folks are known for killing people. You're not
Well, hey,
known for
I
anything.
will give you
You're
this.
known for talking about killing people, right? That's what you're
Hey,
known for.
Hey, I'll give you this. We pulled up the chat GTP the other day on Benton's, and we asked it if it knew Paul and Slave, and it knew who you were.
Of course it does, sir. Because I'm so like worldwide at this point. I fucking run my mouth so much and so often for so long at a time with clarity and concisity, right? Conscious and fluid and dynamic, didactic even. Of course, the chat GPT knows about me. It doesn't know about you because you're a know-nothing, never did nothing, never been nothing, never will. And there's no facts on the record of anything that you do or have been. You Google me and the first 100 results are shit that I've done or been involved in or
You're repeating what
record
your
of
daddy
what I
said to
did.
you, right?
Say that again, sir.
So you're repeating what your daddy said to you, right? You're never going to be anything. You're a nobody. Is that what
My
your dad
daddy
said to you?
my daddy never really said that kind of stuff to me.
Okay.
It was other stuff. If you want to know about that, we could talk about that.
If you need some therapy, Paul, I'll help you.
Listen, I don't.
I'll
If
be
I
here to
needed
help you.
therapy, I wouldn't go to you. You're not qualified.
I'm just as qualified as those fucking quacks. It's all made up bullshit. Freud
Oh,
bullshit.
everything's conspiracy
All bullshit,
theory.
bro.
Everything's made up. But I know about the Bible. It's real and it's God. The biggest conspiracy theory ever.
Are you an atheist? Are you an atheist, Paul?
Yeah, am I an atheist? Here we go with the
Are you?
dogmatic religionist. Doesn't
I'm just
understand.
asking you, are you an atheist?
No, of course I'm not an atheist, sir. I talk about an energy, a force, and a Holy Spirit that animates and/or works with all of life, force, and creation. So why would you confuse me with a program and a plan and a destiny and an understanding of objective cosmic law if I'm an atheist? Foolish
question. In a creator.
I see life and creation and law in everything, including the plants and animals. I see connection in everything and everyone and everywhere constantly. Everyone else sees separation and division and talks about God, another form of separation and division, because you'll call it a he too.
But you believe in a creator at least, right?
We already answered that question, sir. We've answered it over and over again.
Okay, then why, if something created everything, why couldn't every single thing you see, why couldn't that creation come into its own creation?
It has.
Jesus.
Okay.
But when I'm up here, when I'm watching, I usually feel like you and others are saying the Bible's bullshit and Jesus wasn't real.
Okay.
Is that incorrect?
Partially correct, partially incorrect. It's a very broad black and white statement because
you're sitting on a fence.
No.
You're like Yurt. You're like Yurt sitting on a fucking fence.
Okay. What is it you need exactly here?
You were just calling me out, man. You were
yeah,
just
but what do you
shit,
need?
so.
If you're so secure in your faith and you're walking your way in your process, why are you always here and what do you need from me?
I'm just trying to understand your thought process of how Jesus is bullshitted, but yet you believe in a creator.
Right? You can't prove that Jesus is the Son of God.
Can you prove he's not?
You can't prove a negative. That's how little you know about objective logic and debate. You can't prove a negative.
Okay, but all other religions talk about
a logical fallacy that you commit like this regularly because you don't understand
Muslims believe
logic
in
and
Jesus.
reason. I don't need to believe and not believe. What is the consequence of believing or not believing that a man existed according to a book?
Because Jesus died for your sins.
There you go, because you're a cult member.
Okay, says the guy with the whole chat with cult member numbers. Fuck out of here. Dude.
Yeah, but it's a bit because we're mocking folks like you who live in the real world and claim to be in the real world, but believe fairy tales and live their whole life around it, but can't explain it because it came out of a book that was given to them hundreds of years later by their masters. That they don't understand.
You believe in a creator, though. Then why don't you believe a creator could?
Because just because I believe of a creator and creational force and Holy Spirit and a Christed way of beingness does not mean that I have to believe on an individual to save me and everyone else from ourselves. That's cult behavior, lack of accountability, responsibility. That's a slave-minded heart.
You talking about
a slave-minded heart. That's a slave-minded heart.
Says the fucking cult leader.
I'm not a cult leader. I'm by myself most of my day in and day out for months and years on end. I go very few places at this point because I'm not compelled to. I'm not in the world and of it like you. So I don't need to be a cult leader because I'm not looking for benefits and privileges. I'm not looking for benefits and privileges and to be served like the rest of you and validated like the rest of you. I'm doing service here and I'm getting back value for that at times.
What the fuck are you doing? You're just sitting here saying don't drive with a license.
That's it. You didn't just see what I just did with you for the last hour, how I just completely delaminated you in front of the world and broke you down into separate parts and explained the parts of the whole to give more folks understanding of themselves and others. And cults.
I believe you can say that confidently enough that the retards in the chat will believe it. That's what I believe.
That's fine. So everyone in the chat's a retard who chooses to experience here rather regularly and form their own opinion and it actually be accurate based on
so happens their own opinion happens to be the exact same as yours and expounded with the exact same
no
words.
It hasn't. A lot of them have changed their perspective over time by being here and experiencing with me. Other folks
they are in the chat right now using your exact same words: stripped, destroyed, exact word for word what you said, because their minds are empty and the last thing they heard was you, and that's reverberating around in their mind. Like Palm.
Why isn't the Provo child coming up?
Just like a fucking Fox News
why isn't your buddy another Twitter finger hater Provo child coming up? Why he's a content creator. Why won't he come up like you? I had to beg you to come up for days and weeks because you're so shook, and then you come up here with this false strength presentment like you're in charge and know some shit. It's a joke.
I'm not shook, Paul.
Let's go, Provo child. Get up here and give us all your ways of life.
I'll pull out all my old pictures.
We all want to be like Andrew and the Provo child.
Don't be like me. You got to be yourself, man. But, man, these kids. One of these days, I'll pull out my old pictures. I'll show you the person that I used to be. Then you'll see that you will never fucking fold me. You will never fucking.
Right. I don't need an interaction with you. You need something from me, like many before you and many after.
You're trying to portray that I'm here shook. I'll never be fucking
attracted to me. I don't watch your channel and follow you. You watch me and follow me.
It's a lolcow effect.
I don't watch a lolcow. More gamer internet nerd language. This is what I mean. More inauthentic.
Responsible, honorable.
That's a breakdown of a word for more understanding and perspective. Responsible. Right? You're not responsible. You're reactive. And when you react, you can't respond. You make more of a fool of yourself.
Yep.
So tell us about you come here for lolcows. It's not because you're painfully, fatally attracted and addicted to me as a beingness and presenter and whatever I put forth to your own detriment.
It's not just you. There's many,
to your own embarrassment. You've embarrassed yourself here today, and you're not going to know it till days from now when they report it to you.
Paul, you love me. You just want to be friends.
I didn't say I didn't love you. I said I'm able to love you and just like my father and call you as I see you. It's a great ability to love everyone unconditionally and have conditional trust and respect and discernment for who and what you are and what you say and do. That's life.
Yeah. See, now your chat's using your exact words again. This is how low fucking IQ you guys are. Like, oh, he is shook. Because Paul said he shook. He shook. Oh.
Yeah, no, you're really smart and you're really strong and you're really powerful and inspired and inspiring and spiritually faithful.
It's a joke to me.
No, we get that. I know it's all life's a joke. Girls just want to have fun. Your life's a joke. This is a joke. Lol cow. I have no rights.
Responsible, honorable,
beta male, inauthentic corporate tax, beta slave male.
Right. Dr. Evil.
Right.
This Seth Evil all grown up now. Feel old
right,
yet?
Right.
Scott Evil. Sorry. That was.
Are you having fun?
Yeah, I am.
These people are disgusting.
It's great. Great for me. The more energy and attention and worship that you do for your idol, the more you rebuke yourself. Putting your time, energy, attention on me to watch, wait, follow, and hate, not even to celebrate with me, life, and our common goal and purpose and meaning. Okay, so you rebuke yourself and your path and your way, and you transfer your energy over to me and my broadcast. Thank you. I didn't ask you to do that. You chose to do that. Just like you did with your government. You chose to convey your time, energy, attention, and contractual obligations and energy over to them in many ways.
What are you talking about the government?
So they're harvesting it and using it to put back out more content.
I have a tax
Right.
shelter.
I don't need you folks. I have my own process and
I know what you're
inspiration.
talking
But
about.
every
What
time
are you
you
talking
all
about the
do this,
government,
you just feed the beast that is me. Because I'm Satan and the Antichrist, like you all like to say. All you religionist, worldly, slaved out scum who'd sell out your own grandmother for another check. Right. I turned all the stimulus down. I turned it all down. I went to a tent, gave up a job, the whole deal. And here I am. They're talking shit about a trailer. And I got that back in 3 months. Okay.
I don't think I've ever talked shit about the trailer. I don't mind.
Well,
the
you
trailer.
haven't yet, but Provo Child constantly. These other folks constantly. EBT was until he got drunk enough one night to break down and admit he wants to live like me. So surprise, surprise. I already knew that. A lot of you folks are jealous, envious, haters. You want to be like me or live like me or at least present like me and get the results I get some way, even if it's just at court. You can't do what I do anywhere, it seems.
I'm not going into fucking court again. Why would I go into court?
Well, I know you'll never go again, but when you're there again, you'll be hiring another man to
for the 8 years of the driver's license, and then
Hey,
I
want to hear from my moat creature. How are you,
$25,
moat creature?
dude.
I want to hear from my moat creature. He's special to me, unlike you. How are you, moat creature?
Is this Hoggle from the Labyrinth?
What's going on, man?
What do you got going on, RCA?
I was just, I just came up just to ask, what's this guy's problem?
Problem with
what? What's your problem with Polly? Like, why you don't like him?
Oh, he's the one that was talking shit about me, so I came
Oh,
up.
all right.
My name's
That's
in the
fair.
title of the video, so.
Oh shit. That's fair. Fair enough.
Just like when we had the stream, they were all talking shit about Paul. I let him up because they were all talking shit about him.
All right. But why you? And I don't know, man. It seems like whatever, man. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to do, but you look silly, man.
Because you can only understand it to your level of comprehension.
Right.
He's smarter than everyone. That's his rap, right? I can't. I'm smarter than you, and I can't understand it for you, even though I have very
smarts. It's not like IQ or anything.
Yeah.
Right.
It's comprehension level. If you read a book, if you read a book when you're in 3rd grade or something, and you read the same book in 5th grade and then 7th grade, you're gonna understand different aspects of it each time, right?
Yeah, it's part of IQ. It's comprehension.
Well, it may be a part of it. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Have you ever had your IQ tested?
Never.
Right. Would you?
Have you?
Yes, I have. Would you?
Let's do it. You want to do a one-on-one? We'll see.
Yeah, I want to do one Slavey IQ test. I want to put it to bed once and for all. We all know that I'm smarter than all you people. And we're going to take the test, and then you're going to make excuses why I beat you by at least 20 points.
I doubt that, but I'd be down to.
Okay, well, I'm already on record. Again, like everything else, I'm on record. You're not. So go take it. Let's do it. We'll do it here live.
Well, let's do it right now.
Get somebody to volunteer. Oh, you want to take an online one?
Well, we'd have to do the same one at the same time.
Okay, you know what? This is good because even if you do like even decent at the online one, you'll like beat me on the regular one because online ones are bullshit, and I'll even allow that. Let's have some fun with it. Okay, so I'm on record. I'll call my father and ask him to get the paperwork.
Someone got one?
Somewhere between 128, 131, I believe, is my number, and that was at 12 years old or 14 years old. So, and they say it doesn't change. Well, it does, because the more that you have the ability to perceive differently and solve problems differently and comprehend differently, I believe your IQ could go up. Now, it doesn't really mean anything. There's plenty of folks in the world who have like 140 IQ, and they're working at a nuclear lab doing nuclear physics and destroying the world. So spiritually, it doesn't really much matter how high your IQ is. It's just an ability to make connections. And I contend that I'm probably at least 10 to 20 points higher than most people here on making connections and communicating that. So let's take one online with the Drew fellow. This is fun. See, this is even more. I was having a little bit of fun. Now this is more fun. Let's see. IQ test online. How high is your IQ?
What's the website? I'll go to
Andrew from Chalk Body Outline. CUCK
Like,
Body
share,
Outline,
subscribe.
as I affectionately call him. Let me see here. If you want to search for one, you can search for one. I'll use yours.
We got to take the same one though. So we get the same
I'm not
result.
taking it. Mine's on record.
Well, then It's got to be a
Mine's
controlled
not record.
experiment. Or it
You're
doesn't mean shit. A
You're
controlled
taking.
experiment doesn't mean shit.
No, you're taking it, and you're going to get the best of the bargain because they're going to ask you bullshit questions. And you're going to be like, they're going to say, Drew, your IQ's 160. And you're going to go, yeah, I'm so much smarter than you. And it's going to go great.
Not I'll do it if you do it on the same side of me. I'm not gonna do it.
Start the certified test.
Let's all do it. How about the whole chat does it? And then they got to post a screenshot of the results. I bet most of the chat's sub 100.
Here we go. He's insulting the whole chat.
Fuck that chat.
Can you see? Hold on.
I saw that for a second.
Tell me if you can see. Can you see that?
A little bit. It's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to read. There we go.
Okay. Logical reasoning. Question 1. Go ahead, sir.
Why is it? Oh, okay. That's 20 questions. So it's going to determine your IQ from only 20 questions.
No, that's the first question. There's an answer there. A, B, C, or D.
Yeah, it would be C.
Oh, see, Drew's he's fucking smart, man.
Oh, it's time too? Okay, let's go then.
This
Let's
guy's
see.
fucking smart. Question 2 out of 20.
C. Ooh, that might be wrong, actually. Go ahead, though. That might be wrong. A. A. I might have got that number 2 wrong. A. B. Oh, this one fucked me up because they're not all the same. I thought they were all like eyes. Shit. Okay, hold on.
This is why I know you're stupid.
I just read A. It says eyes, so I thought I was trying to count the number of eyes.
I mean, don't all those animals have the same number of eyes, so you could just add them all up as one number?
Yeah, but it's not all eyes. Look, it's asking wings and fucking tails and shit. That's what fucked me up.
I'm not even looking. I'm just letting you read it and answer. I'm not even looking into it. He goes, eyes. Oh, wait. Heads, tails, wings.
Let's go D.
Andrew?
Oh, man, I suck at math. How about...
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a trick question, though. It's not 25%. So... I don't know this one. How about C? We're just going to guess on this one.
33. He's a Mason. He picked 33.
Right. That's why I picked it, too.
Signaling. He's signaling to his people. I got a feeling this is going to come up. You're borderline retarded.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Hey.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. What the fuck?
C.
Okay.
Yeah,
this is where, see what I mean? This is where it drops
these are bullshit questions. C. Fibonacci sequence. D.
Fucking flying through this right now.
I would say D here. D? Oh, this one's bullshit here. How about D? I have no idea if that's right. So I'm going to make excuses already. I'm going to say it's more about I will than IQ.
As if we didn't know what you were going to do one way or the other. If you said 160, you'd say, see, I'm the smartest motherfucker here.
I will. That's right, I would. Let's see B. I want to do a real one of these. Lizard. If you rearrange the letters. B.
You're retarded.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Damn it. Just thinking of those Brazilian butt lifts. A. B. C.
You're fucking bright, man. He's like, they're all utensils. One of them's a napkin. I got into his mind.
Oh, God.
Oh,
no. You gotta, look at it. It says 200. I see the number 200 right there. IQ is 200.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hold on. I'm going to have to try to fucking do this.
Take it off the screen and enter some bullshit.
All right, let me see if
a couple wrong. It's all about your I will more than your IQ. IQ test is racist.
Oh, yeah, they're going to try to make me pay for this.
I saw 200. We can just stick with that.
7-day access. All right, they want $2. I'll give them the $2 for it.
Somebody send them $2.
I know. I can't ruin the bit.
Prove how dumb I am.
I can't ruin the bit. They better fucking send me
somebody in the chat's got here for $2 because they just hate me right now.
7-day access, $2. I'll spring for that. For Andrew, I'll do anything. Can't ruin the bit for the people.
It's definitely not. None of that shit was real though. Some of those questions were bullshit. 2, 4, 6, 8. What's the next one?
Yeah, that was a pretty sort of.
Bullshit.
It was ranging from fairly complicated in a way, or
I feel like you need more than 20 questions as well to get an accurate.
Yeah.
Do IQ tests for the next 7 days, Jeep Girl said.
Yeah. I mean, dude, there's tons of bits that we could do that nobody will ever be part of because usually, like, they do what Drew does and then won't do the bit. You know, that's why I kind of respect him because he'll fucking do the bit at least.
That's what I'm saying. When I win at Archaics, I mean, the guy won't even mention me or talk. At least you're willing to argue it out. That's at least respectable.
Well, listen, I'm passionate about truth, and I don't mind mixing it up and, seeing where it goes. That's what we're here for, right? These folks all call themselves content creators. I don't even call myself that, and I go, isn't that what the fuck this is supposed to be about? So it came back 114.
Bullshit.
So. Well, there you go. See, and then that's probably one of the that's probably, okay. Well, that's probably one of the more median results as far as like it's if I'm going to be equitable and completely reasonable, I wouldn't doubt. I mean, average IQ is 100, so if you could hit 114, you're doing well, depending on how much ego you got. But I told you. I got you by about 10 to 20 points.
Yeah, I'll take a real one.
Somehow or another, Paulie Boy was right in the middle, right? Because At
We'll do a
128
real
to
one one day.
131,
Same
it
place,
would be
same
between
time.
14 and 17 points. So somehow I said between 10 and 20, and I hit the right on the nail, right on the average of what I perceived. I did it again, even with an objective test. So I'm on record, and now you're on record. It's not a full test, but they got an idea. And I said my idea was 10 to 20 points, and it was right in the middle of that.
Big test and racist test.
That's what it is. Culturally appropriate.
IQ, yeah, IQ and math is racist.
Yeah, in all fairness, though, you had to take the test, Paul, stop BS. I'm not really in the mood. Like I said, I'm already on record. I took the 2-hour fucking test, and I've taken it multiple times. So, we could do the bit, but I'm not really interested. I'll just, for argument's sake,
with my kids, Paul, but
for argument's sake, Andrew is way smarter than me. That's obvious because he came here and said stuff that none of us comprehended. So
now that Ben's here, yeah, Ben, hold it down. I'm gonna go play with my kids, man. If you're
all right,
going 12
Andrew. We'll see
hours,
you later,
if you're going
man.
12 hours, I'll come back.
All right, stop hating too. Get that hate out of your blood. Other than that, it was a good interaction. Your thoughts, Mr. Benton, sir, about me having at least 10 to 15 IQ points on Andrew, officially now on record?
What was Drew's? Oh, what was his score? I missed it.
114, according to that, which, you're probably being a bit liberal there.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I had him at
about
about 105, 110 in my mind, just limited interaction I've had with him.
Dude, I might be high double digits, so I don't know, man. But the chat was going after me, trying to troll me, and I came up here to try to call them out a little bit. But I was waiting backstage, and I think they just got bored and gave up because I wasn't interacting. Am I roboted?
No, you're good to go.
Fuck. Okay, good.
So, yeah, I guess we'll get back to breaking slave news. Every once in a while, somebody comes in and comes up, and we got to do a little bit of that, whatever that was. Let me see here. Maybe I'll take it later. If I'm in the mood, I'll take it later. And, we can see.
Just take it right now. Fuck it.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I'm not even gonna bullshit. Drew might be onto something. All the reefer that I'm smoking, because I looked at a few of those and I go, I'm not even gonna look at this because it's gonna hurt my brain. I'm not even gonna look at it. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to look at it. I got enough on my plate. I've already taken the 2-hour test multiple times. I'm on record and I have nothing to prove. All that's going to happen is if I, after he says 4 or 5 blunts go to taking that, there's a good chance that I'm going to be the one coming up legally retarded. And they're going to come cart me off. Okay, so like I said, I took the test at 14. I'd rather produce that record and stand on that rather than play in this moment with that outcome.
Dude, I seen someone's question. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
I guess if he got 114, I'll probably be a 160 because he answered the question about was Brazil a city or country. He doesn't know the difference. Goes, unscramble this world. What is it? A city? No. I don't think Brazil is a city, sir.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't know much about Mexico, so RCA would know. Brazil is a city in Mexico, right? This is a Latin guy too. I'm pretty sure Drew's a Latin guy. Maybe he's one of those Semitic people. Andrew?
No, dude, I seen Mexicans like fucking pale white with blonde hair, blue eyes, right? I seen that shit.
All right, RCA, you want to get back to some slave news here, and then we got Watson. Man. And we buried the lead again. Watson's supposed to be the first hour. Slave news, I could, take it or leave it. But slaves love slave news, so that's why I give it to him. Like my father, he loves that, so I give it to him. But,
maybe
I
Slave
can't
News
Barry
first.
Watson 2.5 hours in, man. It just don't seem right for the
That's what I'm
replay,
saying.
folks on replay. They say the average replay, right, with most channels, about 30 to 45 minutes, average view duration. You know, and of course that's skewed because you got like 100 folks who will always come for the first 5 seconds and leave, say fuck you and leave, you know, or whatever they do. And then the rest of folks stay an hour and a half or 2 hours. So then you get met in the middle, right? It's like 30, 45 minutes. So I try to get Watson within the first 30, 45 minutes, hour max, based on that metric, because I enjoy him. I see value in him and his presentment. It's entertaining, if nothing else, inspiring. And then it gives us something to kind of work off of, if nothing else. But yeah, we'll just fucking finish it out. Proud Boys. Oh yeah, Enrico, one of your people, RCA. They got him on.
Oh shit! Not again.
Found guilty. This conspiracy. I told all you. Oh, look at this guy.
Former Proud Boys chairman.
This guy's a proud boy, if you get what I mean.
Henry Enrique Tarrio and 3 other members of the group, the Proud Boys, were found guilty Thursday of seditious conspiracy in the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, according to the Washington Post. This comes after nearly 15 weeks of trial, where prosecutors allege that the Proud Boys in question saw themselves as Donald Trump's army, according to the report. So this is high-profile convictions of leaders of the Proud Boys organization, which is the right-wing.
I don't know that guy.
That has, yeah, and all you dumb slaves want to go protest and be part of these groups
in the streets of Portland and other places, and then was very active on the day on January 6th. They were also charged, some of them, and of taking police gear, using it to smash windows, that kind of stuff. I think that's totally fair to go after them for all of that. I'm not sold on this whole seditious conspiracy aspect of it. So their defense is that they said this is Donald Trump's fault. He said these things, and because
somebody's saying that they're feds. That's my point. I don't need Davey fucking Crocco's research to know common sense. I've been in a game from a street level long enough. At one point, I don't really do nothing anymore, right? But at one point, like, I know how the shit works. There's always a by the way in everything. So I don't need research to know that the head leadership, majority of times, have you seen Eric Beauchene? Let me put it up again. You know Eric Beauchene? You think it's a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences like that. I don't make it true automatically, but I don't necessarily believe in that much coincidence. Eric Beauchene is the guy all the way on the right. He got quote unquote caught at January 6th. He got cases over that apparently, and we don't really know what's going on with that yet. He shows up on here in my shit of all places. So out of how many people there? 4 people there. Eric Beauchene is one of them at January 6th in the Oval Office, and somehow makes his way on here and becomes one of my biggest detractors. You think I believe in like 5 coincidences that are like hitting the lotto? No. Because he's either avatared by whatever you call the devil, Shaitan, a dark force, a certain state of consciousness, or he's an outright conscript of a corporation, right? Some kind of federal corporation or fascist corporation that puts people in certain places to be part of movements and then has them show up certain places to detract from other people and then claims to be legitimate because he's got cases and didn't know but was there because he's an activist and journalist and whatever the fuck else, and no one knows how and why it all comes together, right? So they're all the same. They all have the same personality and presentment. I don't buy it for 3 seconds that they're showing up everywhere, part of these events, or just happen to be there. I think the majority of them are put there either by a spiritual force or a corporate force, if that makes sense.
Yeah, he's probably getting paid.
Yeah, and you never know what they do for a living, and they always have places all around the world, and it's always this muddled, obscure background, and there's no real record. And then when you go into the record, you go, this is just, what is it? And you go to my record, everything's there from day one. You go back as far, it's all there. Everything's there. All public record. They got me on a fucking bowling team at one point, all online. They got me fucking, like I said, man, whether it just be my channel alone, you see who and what I am. What you see is what you get 9 out of 10 times, right? So I always tell the truth, even if I fucking lie, and I don't lie. I'll steal a line from Scarface, right? Sometimes I'll play a little game. You know, I'll do the some folks might say routine, which they'll say is lying or lying by obfuscation. Well, I'm doing a Clausen, but I'm still telling the truth even when I'm fucking lying. Okay, if you want to consider that to be lying, that's just a poetic license, right? Like one of the Shakespeare books. You want to shit on one of the people and not get tried for libel and slander. You just say some folks might say, and then it's plausible deniability. Whatever. I picked up on a little bit of their game to avoid corruption and false liabilities. So, with that said, Enrique.
Because he's going
to be
stoked the fires of the crowd, and then there was this unplanned riot. People went in. That also comports with, like, that's my view of what happened as well, and isn't all that also kind of the mainstream media's view that this was Donald Trump's fault? So charging them in this way makes it sound like the government is almost contradicting that narrative. They're saying, no, this was planned by these individuals, and they're using.
So all
this worries me from like
all devilish spiritual deception or psyops, all of it, the majority of it. The majority of this world is in the hands of the dark one, either dark forces physically and or spiritually, because one tends to follow the other. Okay, so big fucking surprise, big news. All your fucking media corporations, all your fucking healthcare, all your fucking religious institutions, all your educational systems, all of it corrupt, reprobate, worldly, infidel scum who are either deceived and or ignorant because either they can't know, they don't have the acuity, or they don't want to know, which is most likely. They're too comfortable going along to get along and being part of the game without actually being in the game. They want to be part of the system without ever getting on the field and being in the game, the animating contest to liberty. They're a waste of life, energy, and attention till they rectify and reform themselves. We need a reformation period.
Free assembly and free expression standpoint. Again, you can charge them for smashing stuff. Absolutely agree with that. But to say that they had this organized plan to like overthrow, prevent the transfer of power, that kind of thing, is giving them a lot of credibility. And I think then it ends up actually denying the culpability of Donald Trump, which in other cases...
If these fucking slaves, the majority of them, saw what I saw and felt how I felt and had the clarity and the depth and understanding, they wouldn't project onto me all the time, right? They wonder why, like, one of the few things I have left, they think I'm like them. I want to fuck women out of their future and destiny and put up numbers for my ego. One of the few things I have left is a good meal and making love to a woman on some level, right? And again, they want to project onto me that I'm out fucking. I don't typically do penis and vagina. I've said that many times. Okay, that's why I don't have children running around with females who don't respect me. You know, there's females who do respect me, who wanted to have children. I chose not to because I wasn't ready and they weren't ready. And I may never have children for that reason. That'll be maybe my egoic mistake. Because are you ever really, truly ready? Who knows? Please stop projecting onto me. Okay, I love women and children so much so I'm afraid. Okay, that's one of the few things I am afraid of, really, you know, or careful, I guess you could say. I'm very cautious and careful of uniting with a woman completely and bringing forth life and not being able to care for that life and not being able to raise a being who is empowered, inspired, inspiring, and co-creative. Right. So then the Razvan person will say, what are you doing sharing love, time, energy, attention with Jennifer or anyone else? It's all about sex. Well, I'm not fucking. And to me, making love is nowhere near the same thing. And sometimes that's one of the few things left for a man who was walking in the truth, life, and way, and with the rest of his time looking to be in peace and have an empowering, loving, caring, unifying experience. That's what men and women are supposed to do. Okay, so these folks are in a complete egoic, dogmatic twist. They're insecure, they're neurotic, they're constipated in all ways, and that's why they're powerless and impotent. A lot of them, that's what impotent means, lacking in power and vitality and virility, telling me about having some child.
In another sense, it was all the
majority of these children are born and they're lacking in many areas. Let's just say that either their development is not what it could be because your body politic is toxified along with the environment, along with your belief systems and informational systems, spiritual systems. it would seem that the epigenetic component is lacking. If you get what I'm saying? So I want to be very careful about my words. It's not these children's fault. It's really none of their fault that everyone before them have destroyed themselves and each other on some level and given birth to monstrosity, to a mongoloid race that doesn't know what's going on inside of itself or outside of itself.
The January 6th commission and all that testimony, that's all about the responsibility Trump bears, not these, random, crazy, far-right activist people.
Well, I think two things can be true at the same time, especially in this case. You have people who were organized. They were obviously a small militia of crazies who were very intent on carrying out this idea of destruction in order to take back America or reverse the signs of an election that they didn't agree with. Those things are true. I also think that they fell on what I consider...
Yeah, the man is laughing. Constipated in all ways. It means backed up. It means not fluid and dynamic. It means not flowing. Right? There's no true connectivity. There's no true flow. There's no true energy force and life and love. That's why you see these men who are bitter, angry, and resentful and don't really truly connect with a woman. And that's why I have to meet women and they go, can we talk for 6 months before we ever do anything or go deeper with this? Because I have a feeling it's going to be just like every other one. Right. Who lacks a connection to themselves, the life force, and a true love for women and children. Yeah, I'm not that. Okay. So every time I see him up here, I get a little bit more animated because I'm tired of having, on some level, I can't complain, but it gets a bit frustrating and wearing on you when you start to realize you're dealing with a whole bunch of women who have been misled by broken men who have broken their trust and therefore can't love because they've ascertained most men are not love able and not connective in certain aspects within themselves. That could start with their daddy, most oftentimes does. It would seem it started with mine, so I guess I could relate, even though I'm not a woman in form. There's a sacred feminine inside of all of us. If we tap into that, we will see a holistic state of consciousness. Masculine, strong, unyielding when it needs to be, right? Crashing like the wave, and also yielding and calm and peaceful and serene and nurturing when it needs to be.
Somewhat Nuremberg style theory that because they assumed that they were told to do certain things, not directed. Trump didn't call on Tario and his crew to do something specifically, but I think that because of the messaging that he had done across social media and various other channels about the election being stolen,
There you go, Razvan. You're a hypocrite. You're a devil. You're a worldly little demon, and you projected onto me, right? When you came here giving me fiat and apologizing to me when I move forward in the spirit of the word and truth, I didn't expect any payment from you, but you gave me a payment as a form of apology, and that's not how that works. So you're a worldly devil who sees value in everything that you lose it in, right? So you want to tell me you're going to rejoice when folks on a different land get death for what's been done outside of the U.S., right? Well, guess what, Razvan? Here's a clue. Not all of us, far from it, support what the United States corporation has done on this land or on foreign lands. So you're a fucking moron. You're an infidel reprobate. You claim to be a man of God, and you just wish death upon all peoples of one land for what your feelings told you. When common sense illuminates that it's quite the opposite of what you feel in most areas of life. So you have a skewed inner space and perspective, and it leads you to say stupid shit that is irredeemable, right? That you've now blasphemed the truth. You're tasked to love your enemies based on the scripture and based on a common sense, conscious understanding in conscience, okay? So you're tasked to love unconditionally with conditional forms of trust and respect, trustworthy and respectable. Okay, so why you would wish death upon all people who really, a lot of them, had nothing to do with or no idea of or didn't want to be part of what went on everywhere else, you don't give them and offer them mercy and grace and forgiveness like the creational force has given you, you fucking slave. You don't want to live in that truth, life, and way. You just want to fucking beg it for benefits and privileges, just like you do the government of whatever land you're on, you slave, because I guarantee it's the same system there and you're serving it.
People needed to take up arms. A lot of the rhetoric that he gave emboldened these individuals who were already known for doing some pretty crazy things. And they essentially, their argument fell on, well, he told me to do it and we were following orders. That didn't hold up. seditious conspiracy is extremely hard to prove. So I did find it interesting that they got charged on that and that it actually went through. But in addition to that, I think it was deeper than what was publicly known. These people planned, they executed, they organized. This was not some ragtag team of folks that came together the night before and said, you know what, we're going to take the Capitol. That's not what happened. No, they were planning this for months.
They were planning a protest, which you're allowed to do. You are allowed to protest. 99% or more of the people there were exercising their First Amendment
rights. This is a
rights.
group that was known for anti-Semitism.
I'm getting tired of this nonsense, too. This is what collectivists like to do is go, we gave you civil rights, and one of them is you can protest. You don't want civil rights, and you don't want to be protesting because it's deemed as a breach of the peace. You can't march up and down the road and take up space and interfere with the movement of peoples and goods because you have disagreements with the consensual, contractual, public welfare system called government as a corporation. It's not how that works. You're supposed to use paperwork and the court. Okay, if you're able to, which most of these folks aren't able to and aren't willing and have not tried to do, because they want to get out in the street, hold signs, and yell about what's in their feelers. And it doesn't ever get anywhere. Okay, be the change, appropriate the information and understanding, correct your status, correct the record, stand on that truth, exercise your God-given rights, and maybe it'll fucking change. Your masters don't give a fuck about you whining and complaining and putting signs up. They're going to hire people to lead you in those events to get you all caught up. I've told you that. And then I catch shit because I may love a lot of the nationals, but there's probably certain folks in every group. And if not, either willing dupes or unwilling dupes, right? Saying they're going to take down a government, bring the policy enforcement and agents and officials to Guantanamo. That's seditious conspiracy, and you will go to federal prison for just saying shit like that. Okay? So you need to get out of these groups. When you find yourself in a group, it's time to pause and reflect because you're probably on the side of a majority or a collective consciousness, and that is not where the Christed consciousness is found. The Christed beingness, Holy Spirit relationship dictates the being must stand tall and walk alone. Only when that being has shown himself and the creational force and others that he is able and willing to do that, does he have the luxury of having other honor-able men and women side by side with him to move at certain times. Usually only when necessary. Good people usually don't need to group up to do things. Just get shit done and then work on certain things together from time to time. Evil scum has to group up all the time everywhere to get shit done by force or to manipulate and deceive through appeal of emotion and process and systems. Okay? So where are we at here? The goblin creature is here. Goblin creature, what do you have for us?
I did some research, homework. I didn't know if you might be interested in that. Has to do with the BCC RSS.
Well, I'll listen, sir. Go ahead if you have something you think is important to lay out.
Well, I can't really rehearse it, but it pretty much just explains about how we sign each other into the beast system, and it's been happening for millennia.
Right, it's bondage. Bondage is not new, sir. It goes back to scriptural times. They're in the temples, trading in the minds, hearts, and souls of men. Breaking the trust. Breaking God's trust. In God we trust. It says right in the court, and they're using bonds and bond paper to defraud the public. The individuals called the public now, group concept, out of their rights, property, freedom, destiny, and personal choice. All by consent, unknowingly.
Yeah. It's just everyone's on different levels of relearning, unlearning, whatever you want to call it. And so a lot of the time,
I just rebuke them just like that. I rebuke them just like that. I don't need to learn the new remix like Dr. Dre on the oldies, right? I go with the oldies and the goodies. So I go in and I'm just going to talk just like that. You and I both know what this is. This is a metaphysical, spiritual idea. I know who and what you are. I respect who and what you are, but I can't comply with who and what you are based on the covenant. You know that, and I know that. So you are the same beings you've been since the beginning of time, filling in your placeholder here, your greatest teachers and testers for humankind. Fine, but I cannot bend the knee to your will. I have to do the will. You know it, and I know it. That's what makes me an honorable man. The same thing you call yourself, honorable Judge so-and-so, standing in for the Most High, second in command, which is Shaitan, the deceiver, there to test you through a deception on who and what you are, what you know and don't know, and are willing to stand on and go past your fear into faith. If you cannot perfect that process, to me, you are deemed to be a non-player in the eyes of the universe. That's what the game is, always has been. It's church and court. They're one building, always have been. If you cannot stand in front of the world and put it on record who and what you are and what you serve and let these people know and feel it, you are not fit for this walk. Same way the Christ of being would have been brought into a court and he would have had to tell everybody there, listen, I respect you and I understand what you're here to do. You're one of my greatest teachers and testers, but I cannot bend the knee, not for a worldly position, not for a profit, not because you want to use coercion and duress. I govern myself. I have a relationship with the Most High Holy Spirit, if you want to call it that. Conscience, some other folks might call it that. It means I govern myself. It makes your government redundant. Okay? I'm not belligerent. I'm just telling you your system is redundant for a being like me of consciousness. That's clear and present since the beginning of time. The only reason we have government is for folks who can't govern themselves without causing loss, injury, and harm. This is fundamental principles that are written into us. We can become aware of them, and then we know them to be true, objectively. So I'm not going to play games with folks who created a game to play games with me to trick me out of my position. We both know why we're there. We both know what the truth is, which is unchanging. We both know the law that's written in our mind and heart. I'm going to stand on that. Everything else is nonsense games, and I don't even want to play. There's no point.
I don't think that could have been worded any better, though, really.
Well, we're talking man to man, right? I don't talk to agents and actors of the state. I talk man to man. You want to talk to me man to man? Because you're in a costume. Let's just get right down to it. Okay? We all have a covering. We all have a role we play in a way. But I'm not acting as anything right now. You want to call me a man? They'll say that's an animal, whatever. You want to call me a living soul like the wizard? Whatever. I'm talking to you being to being in consciousness. Just like I talk to someone from another planet. If you fucking landed here from another planet, I'd say, no, that's not the way humans do things. I don't know what kind of conscience you got or don't got. We don't cause loss, injury, and harm. Oh, and they'll say, well, that's not what we've observed. Right, I get it. The majority of folks don't work from conscience. They work from what they want and don't want, their ego, so they're control freaks. Okay? That's not me. That's not the archetype of humanity. The most supernatural archetype of humanity is a being in love and care and unwavering truth. That's what makes a man or woman great. So I don't care if it's from fucking Mars. If you're a Martian and you understand conscience and objective right from wrong, loss, injury, and harm, and paying your own debts, which is common fucking sense, then we're going to be able to relate and have a relationship. If you can't cognize that, you can't understand that, or you won't live from that space, we're always going to be in opposition. You are an opposer to all things good and great. Okay? So nothing is going to change that universal cosmic consciousness, conscience dynamic. Doesn't matter what fucking planet I land on and who's there. You either get it or you don't. Doesn't matter what room I walk into with some actor, state slave. You get it or you don't. I got it. Works for me, works for everyone around me, gives way to fascinating results, blessings, and grace. Okay? So if you don't got that, you might want to get it because your life might be a lot better. Right? That spiritual faith and that understanding of self, your life might get a lot better, a lot more capable of coping with it, right? So I'm not here to force them to believe or to understand anything. I'm here to verify the truth and to stand on that unwaveringly and give my life if I have to. That's what I'm called to do. And I don't see how anyone from any place couldn't respect that. Just as I just said it. If I said it just like that with the same energy and conviction in my heart, I don't see how anybody can't respect that from any land I go to. I'll go to Bangkok and I'll tell them just like that. Could you get a translator here, please? Matter of fact, I'm going to have to get my own because he's going to represent a translation and leave certain shit out. So I'm going to find someone who's competent that I can make a connection with, eye to eye, soul to soul, and he's going to translate. And I'm going to say, this is who and what I am. This is what I've come to do. This is what I'm not here to do. I'm not disrespecting you and your system. It works great for you and these slaves, and I'm not here to uproot it. Just telling you what I can and cannot do. Odds are I won't even be on that land to begin with, because I know the game and I know what they expect. And I know they're not playing with me or anyone else. They're in and of the world, and they're of the devil, and they don't want to hear it. So if I go to that land, I'm probably going to do certain things and not do certain things, maybe leave certain things out or do less of certain things, because I know it's not going to be acceptable. Or I'll just live by my conviction. And if I find myself certain places, then I got to chalk it up to the game. If I got to sit somewhere for 5 or 10 years over a couple joints of reefer, that's the game. And I'll tell them, just like I said here, you and I both know this is a natural plan. It comes from God. I'm using it as a spiritual sacrament, and I am not able to comply with you for spiritual reasons. No disrespect, right? And I will walk right out of there, and they'll feel like I never disrespected them, and they respected me whether I got to go sit or not, because I'm not a belligerent combatant, right? I'm not a spiritual child. I'm not looking to get what I want and don't want. I'm standing on what I need to stand on to respect myself and be respected by other men and women. Simple. Self-esteem and self-worth. I need that, or I'm going to go back to pills and powder, I suspect, because that's one of the reasons we go onto this shit. It's because we don't have any true self-worth and self-value and principles we stand on and any kind of faith. Thank you, Robin, for your contribution, ma'am. I just saw it.
I gotta step down and restart or something because I got bad connection going on.
All right, restart it
All
up.
right.
We're gonna be out of here soon, I suspect. Let's hear from everyone's favorite daddy, old Donnie boy. I'll throw the link down there if anyone else wants to come up. It's always free reign here. You can always bring up whatever you're thinking and feeling or going through or want some clarity on if you believe that I possess that. It's a big if, I guess. I am just a trailer hamster is the new narrative going around.
Under my leadership, we had the most secure border in U.S. history by far. We replaced catch and release with detain and deport. One of my most successful policies was Title 42, which allowed for instant expulsion of any illegal alien who crossed our borders. Anybody. If they were bad, we got them out. We got them out fast. Those who trespassed into our country could be immediately sent back to the place from which they came. Every would-be illegal border crosser knew that with Donald Trump in the White House, our border was closed. It was absolutely closed, and they had no chance of getting in, and therefore they didn't come. When Joe Biden came into office, he terminated every successful border policy that was put into place, including Remain in Mexico, one of the best of them all, deliberately throwing open the borders and instituting catch and release and resettling untold millions and millions of illegal aliens into the United States. They're now your neighbors.
The aliens out.
Now
RCA's
Joe Biden
cousins.
is preparing to remove the last remnants of my Title 42 policy just a few weeks from now, wiping out the few remaining shreds of our southern border. Hundreds of thousands of people will pour in that day, and the
can't
judge
stop us.
already said that's what's
You
going
can't
to
stop
happen.
us.
This will mean
These people are
complete
disgusting.
and total mayhem and utter lawlessness, and unlimited numbers
We were
of
here
fraudulent
first.
asylum seekers flood into the United
Stupid
States.
pieces of shit.
Unchecked. They are unchecked. Nobody has any idea where they come from. They
This
don't
guy's
know
the
if they're
immigrant.
healthy, if they're sick, if they're insane, or if they're coming from prisons. Already, tens of thousands of illegal aliens have massed on the Mexican side of the
What a
border.
disgrace.
They're getting ready to storm across the moment
storming.
Title 42,
Stormy.
which is so important, is officially gone.
Don't bring up Stormy,
Can you
Donald.
believe they're getting rid of it? And when that happens, countless more will charge in from all over the world. They're coming
Charging.
from all over the world.
We got a new enemy.
And some of the states like
All right,
California
we've established a
saying,
new enemy to put our time, energy, attention on. Of course, it's an enemy you know. Brown people. Brown people without numbers and papers. Yes, they're the enemy we need to focus on. Not the policy code enforcement, not the corrupt, fraudulent court system, not the pathetic, pet domesticated slaves. who have no rights and freedom and future. It's the brown people who don't have contracts and numbers so that they could do more trust fraud. Right? So we got to work on that. We got to work on getting these people numbered or getting them out of here because they're not part of the damn business.
Come in and we give you free healthcare, free education. People hear that from other countries. They say, well, that sounds good to me. And they're making a mass charge toward our border. It's absolute lunacy. It will be a mass resettlement of millions and millions of illegal aliens into your communities. And the invasion will be aided, abetted, and facilitated by the Biden administration's every step of the way.
Doesn't work like that, dummy.
Path they take will be made easier by Biden. Congress should move immediately to choke off and terminate all funding for catch and release. We should ban Joe Biden and the communists and the administration from using a single federal taxpayer dollar.
He's whipping everyone up with his teleprompter.
Aliens into the United States. Now is the time we have to fight to make sure our country.
Great job, Don. That was a great reading.
Because our country cannot take 2 more years of this invasion. And when I take the oath of office on January 20th, 2025,
It's great for content. It's great content, though.
Process of fully securing.
Yeah, they even like put teleprompters right here to make it look like he's talking to you and looking straight like I do. And he's like reading shit. He's reading a whole script like they all do. These people are disgusting. Ian was right. Sickening.
You know, it's just how he talks. You know, it's just people like that shit.
Okay, I'm not going to say it, but I'm just going to say indirectly, sir. Brian O'Shea has been known to be in Phoenix lately, in or around Phoenix, as they say. Hold on, where's my share here? My share went down. Sharing is caring, RCA. Okay, you know, you draw your own conclusions here. I'm not going to say anything. Just some woman went hiking apparently, and she's been killed. No, she's been killed. That's the thing, right? So, I don't know. Hiking. This woman went hiking with some guy. Now she's dead. Maybe something didn't happen that someone thought would happen. And I don't know. I'm not saying it.
Area, a 29-year-old woman found dead near a popular hiking trail, and police say the suspect still has not been found. For more
Not
on
been
this, by
found.
Fox 10's Linda Williams.
Heard telling a joke at the
woman's
scene.
family spoke today.
They did speak, and it was heart-wrenching and gut-wrenching to hear from them. We are in the neighborhood near where that young woman's body was found, and this is how on edge this neighborhood is. Someone has made these homemade signs and planted them along the trail where the woman was hiking. It says, warning, do not walk alone, report suspicious activity, and then it points down to the media advisory put out by the Phoenix Police Department. Phoenix Police arranged the news conference with the woman's family today, and as you can imagine, they are heartbroken.
Horrific.
The man was telling horrible jokes at the scene.
As hard as this is for us, we're grateful because we had such a beautiful child.
A heartbroken plea
With
from
the crazy
Lauren
stare
Hiker's
in his
family,
look in his
stunned
face.
by the loss of their beloved daughter.
She was my little girl. I'm gonna miss her terribly.
All right, well, you know what? I don't even want to watch this because I don't want to think that this is, you know, like the theorists say, not real. And if it is real, you know, it's obviously sickening and disturbing. Why, you know, again, you got to watch out for comedians, disenchanted, homeless comedians who have a lot of anger and bitterness and resentment, but pretend like they're always happy. Don't hike with them, okay? Because this is how it ends up. Sickening. These people are disgusting. Okay?
Pepper spray is cheap.
Why would anyone find the need to kill a woman, RCA? What is that? Is it something? Is there something I'm not? You know, I mean, I don't. Unless you know, I guess maybe she attacked somebody, tried to kill them, and then self-defense. But other than that, I don't see why that would be.
There's no sick people out there. People are sick, man. They can't see.
Failing comedy career, maybe.
Everything could be a little bit of everything, you know.
Right.
People just
Brian
snap,
O'Shea, for
you
some
know.
reason, isn't around right now and
Snap.
today. I don't know where he is.
People
But
snap.
obviously, he wouldn't be involved in anything on any hiking trail.
No, he wouldn't do anything like that. The only thing he would leave is with somebody is with.
All right, I got Watson.
Disease.
Who is that? Cult member 10? Is that who is that?
Yes, it's 1001.
Identify yourself.
Is that the pretty young man?
Yes, that's me.
What's your name again, sir? Dimitri?
No, my real name is Virgilio German Garcia.
Virgilio German Garcia. That is a very
Yes, sir.
regal name, sir.
Yeah, that's my legal name.
All right, well. So, like Virgil is really what that comes down to?
I mean, yeah, I guess. Virgilio.
All right, that's pretty Ricky from now on, like Cleveland says. We're giving nicknames, East Coast style. It's pretty Ricky from now on, unless he objects to that, I guess. All right, Watson, and then I think we're out of here. And then you know what? We're back tonight with Talcott. The Talcottian one, and Ian's coming back tonight. So we might have to do the Talcottian one and Ian, but I got to at least get a few hours outside.
Isn't he pissed? Talcott?
About what?
I don't know. You guys pissed him off yesterday.
Yeah, no, Talcott admitted that he hates his life and he's suicidal and has been for a long time. That's why he probably shouldn't be anybody's life coach or guru.
That's why he's got to get somebody in that fucking house, man. I fucking told his ass that's just fucking depressing just me thinking about it.
Yeah, well, you got to get over there and fucking liven things up, man.
Man, this guy.
All right, let me get to Watson. We need some inspiration here for Talcott and everybody.
A man of your word. I don't care what is going on in my life. You guys do not understand some of the adversity that's been fully constructed in my way when I had to film one of these videos. We just landed in Miami. I have a few hours to get this video out. And the thing is you guys don't realize that is the cornerstone to success right there. Successful people hold their word on their habits and their disciplines and the work that needs to be done, regardless of how they feel. If you always opt out of the work that needs to be done because of how you feel, you will not get fucking anywhere. Fact is, my throat is blasted. We were just on a long flight, just got to a new city. The hours are different. We're in Miami, a penthouse of the SLS, Brickell. What is it, 53rd floor? And you guys, I'm not going to miss. What if that's how you lived? What if you chose to live as a man who said, I'm never missing a workout again. I'm never missing my macros again. I'm never slipping on my word to my family or my people about my drinking and my drug use again. Imagine what you could be if you chose to hold your word above how you feel. That is the cornerstone to success. That man can do everything. And that's why I always tell you, you stupid motherfuckers who message me and you see my lifestyle and you say, how, Wes? How? And I say, who, bitch? Who? Not how. I'm who? The man who doesn't give a fuck about how he feels and holds his word regardless. Just walked in a nice new gym in Miami. It was called Elevation. There was some people there who already knew who we were. I was with my boy Eric. Imagine how good that feels. To roll in one of these guys with 1 million followers, and he says, you saved my life, dude. He's like, my life is good. I'm successful, but you saved my life. Everybody says it's not about money. Everybody says it's not about this, about that. But when you actually have it, and you've had problems, and you realize that mindset is everything. Your daily habits are everything. Operating at a high frequency state opposed to a low frequency mindset is everything. And you stand that. You stand firm on that. You hold the people around you to that by being that pillar, that force. Do you guys get it? Be that for your people. We have everything. But if we're not correct and we break character, we have fucking nothing. I will uphold my character, my word, and all the habits and disciplines that I've told you that make me the man I am for the rest of my life. For the rest of my fucking life. It's not hard. It's harder not to. It's harder not to. My throat is like sandpaper. I did that event with Tim Grover the other week, and I didn't even think I could do it. I walked up on stage. I couldn't even talk. This morning when I woke up, my voice wasn't working. Who gives a fuck? Elevate past it. It's not real. You're constructing that. People are like, yeah, right, it's real. Watch, just try anyways. Just try anyways. Just try to push through it anyways. When your back hurts, when you got the biggest headache you've ever had, like I had this morning, and I still did the burpees, and then that breathing, that heavy breathing, that blood oxidation, that positive mental attitude cured it. Even my throat right now is healing as I step away from believing that it's an ailment. Everyone says it's mind over matter, but I really push it to the envelope. Sometimes you're weak enough to believe you're hindered. And sometimes if your knees actually separate or something, you're fucked. But these other things, you're able to elevate above them just from a positive mindset and being in a high frequency state. You'll forget all about it. The magnification of you, the magnification of the problem is what makes the problem real. That goes for your financial situation. That goes for your mental state. That goes for all these diagnoses, these disorders. They're all pain avoidance. What if you step into that pain and you say, I don't fucking care. This is for the greater good of all. What if you led from the front at all times? What if you didn't give a fuck and you just said, I'd rather fucking die today than break my word? Wouldn't that be the blueprint of the leader, of the man who can pull off anything? Isn't that what you're trying to be? The man who can pull off anything? So wouldn't he have to, when tested, pull off anything? When the test comes about, realize that was the exact moment that you were constructing the individual you were yet to be. If you continually accept what you are, you'll never be able to raise to what you are not. You have to realize this. The man who's okay with his current position will never be able to raise to that one that is yet to attain.
Dummy.
I always push the envelope. Now I'm in another penthouse. Another one. Now I have the penthouse in San Diego, the penthouse in Miami, the mansion in Rancho Santa Fe. 12,000, 26,000, 65,000. That's how much each place is. That's how much each place is a month. You guys, I've normalized very abnormal pricing and behaviors. Our flight on the way here was 50,000. It was a G5. Flew my assistant, my filmer buddy, Sohab, my friend, my chick, her daughter. We all flew together. No one will pull out their wallet while they're with me, ever. I'll never let it happen. I demand levels that other people couldn't fathom. How? A blueprint and system in place. Years and years building it from the smaller steps. I'm not just looking at, hey, I need to make 100,000 a day. It started off as one. Do you guys remember when my boy told me I'd make 30,000 a month and I said, yeah, right? That was just some years ago. You guys, pick your path. Stick to it for fucking life. When Tim was on stage the other day, he was talking about for the last 8 years of Kobe's life, he spent every day with him. And he always would remind him, we don't have much time. And Tim ended that speech with, I wish I was wrong. when I told Kobe we don't have much time. I wish I was wrong. You guys don't have fucking time. Look at the chills formulating right here. Look at them. That's a confirmation. You guys are stronger than you could ever imagine. Please, get up every day and push. Everyone will be so proud of you. That's all I was ever after, was to be a valuable man. I love you guys so fucking much. I'll never let you down. And that's all I fucking care about. And want to know what that does? Brings you success across the board. Never break your fucking word. Let's go!
What's going on, Joshua? I
Hell
see
yeah.
you. How you doing, bud? Well, go ahead, gentlemen. You got anything to add? I'll throw it more time. If nothing comes up, then we're on to the next point, maybe later. What's all that now?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me.
1001.
I'm unwrapping a fruit tree that I bought in the mail.
All right. Well, you got anything that you want to get into?
Man.
Well,
He's not paying attention.
I would like to say if anyone is like in the Colorado area, if they're like interested in like how can I say it? Build a good relationship and like grow like for instance if we want to help each other grow our own food, because right now I'm like going to a lot of my uncles, my extended family's houses, and I'm planting some fruit trees, berry bushes, basically, so little by little we could become more self-sufficient and live off of the land, live off of more off what we grow.
Well,
So
that's
if
good to
anyone
hear.
So if anyone is in the Colorado, I'm in Colorado Springs to be exact. Let me know. Let's link up and let's grow some food. Thank you.
Smoke Creature, are you going down there?
Possibly. I got family everywhere. In the system, out the system, every state.
Right.
So yeah. Colorado. It's beautiful down there, man.
Yes, it's very nice. A lot of nice views. A lot of mountains too.
Cool. Well, you're doing it, man. You're moving forward, just like Wes Watson said. You're doing something instead of just sitting on. You're not just fucking sitting on your ass. You're active.
I'm gonna start going certain times of the day live on that Will Few channel. So you fucking slaves. Oh, you fucking online metaverse slaves better get your asses over to that fucking channel that's scrolling at the bottom. The Willing Few. Because I got to start building that fucking channel. I got to get a third replication and emulation going in case I need to use it for certain things at some point. I need to build that edifice.
Yeah, I realize that too. You gotta, for anything that has to do with like police accountability, like it's gonna be tough, at first. So, and then you want to have a second channel, maybe even a third one, because you never know.
I'm streaming on there today. Double stream on there now.
I seen that you did that yesterday. I seen that.
Yeah, it's like if I don't fucking start going there, and like it's like you got to make slaves go over there, because like demo crazy doesn't even work anymore. Tell people, hey, vote. They don't vote. I say, hey, go over there, subscribe and sign up. They don't fucking do it. And then when I'm gone one day, they're like, where'd he go? So like I gotta herd them like sheep over there ahead of time.
Nah, that's a good move. You know, double. It's like you're double broadcasting. So that should catch more views. You know, more attention, more views, double channel. So should work.
Well, I get shadow banned regardless. You know that, Boat Creature, but that's the name of the game.
Yeah, I like it when they do it to me too. I love it. I love the 7 views, 3 views. You know, the extremely low views.
Well, that's probably
nowhere.
just because you suck at whatever you're doing. I mean, that's not the case for me. I'm pretty good at what I'm doing, and
That's
I
true.
never
No,
get
you're way,
above numbers, right?
you're way better than me.
Yeah, that 22,000 mark on Paul Enslaved, I can't get over that for like 6 months. Somehow I got to 22,000, but I just can't get past it for like years, months.
Nah, they're fucking with you. They're fucking with you. Your numbers are way higher than that. You know that, man.
I'm just not as fucking dynamic as like Chile DeCastro and Brian from High Impact Flicks, Mark Passio and Larkin Rose. I'm just not as good of a presenter as all the rest of these people, or because I smoke weed and I curse a lot and I'm an ass.
That could be it. That could be.
Yeah, that's part of it.
That's probably it. But I mean, maybe that's a sign for you to maybe start.
I don't stream. I don't stream. I don't have 4,000 DP. What do they call it? What do they call the fucking whatever they call it? 480p. Like say I don't have 4Kp.
Oh,
streaming equipment. So if I had and I don't have a professional microphone like the Provo Child and everyone else. They all got to go out and buy a special microphone to change their vocal range.
I mean, I guess it's for the viewers. It's what the people want.
Hey, is my voice good on this, or do you think I need a microphone? Because I'm going to go like Benton and all the rest. They all do it, Benton. But Benton, I guess I don't know. I don't think about it when he does it.
I'm
you sound pretty good. You sound pretty good. The voice, you don't need no. You don't need.
I don't even need it, right? See, I was on an Android and I didn't need it.
Like I'm not sure, but I'm sure there are better sounding, quality, obviously. But
bass, right? I could sound like Howie Stern. I could have a real bass.
Yeah. It's better quality, and obviously, if you're a broadcaster, you probably would want eventually a better quality.
Right. And then I need a 4Kp HDD special camera, not just this one.
Nope.
This one only does, let me see what this one does. This one only does 720p.
Oh, man.
That's not good enough.
That's like 1990 something.
You have to see every bump on my face like John Vance's. And I have to get really close to the camera.
Yeah. 1080 for sure, at least 1080.
What's up, Fisherman Slave?
I didn't even get to go. Absent-minded professor, I didn't have any gas.
Well, my voice sounds fine, they tell me. I don't need a special microphone, and I'm going to have to run everything on solar. I can't afford to have accessories like the rest of you comfort slaves. So every other piece of equipment I plug in is more power. So I have to be conservative with my power, and it's better to just be that way anyway, right? You're not entitled to all this fucking energy, you fucking filthy slaves. That's why I'm supporting the ban of all machinery that isn't made by Elon Musk. Okay? Everything. Weed whackers, cars, anything especially that uses gas, banned. Done and over with. Okay, I need new energy options. I need sustainable energy now. Okay, so RCA creature, turn in your vehicle. It no longer fits the standard. You will work the rest of your life to pay for a Tesla, and you'll only be allowed to go 50 miles, which is good. This way you can't harm anyone.
I thought about that. That's not. I don't know if I like that.
You go to the store and back, and then charge it for 8 hours.
Because what if the grid goes down? Then how in the hell am I going to charge my Tesla?
No, you'll be going to a FEMA camp. Don't worry about that. You'll be going to a large stadium to be taken care of. You won't even need a car at that point.
Oh, nice.
Don't be silly. What are your thoughts, Mr. Wizard? Very light paddle today. Folks are gun shy. They saw me just fucking tear open Drew's rectum this morning, which is what he was begging for. They watched me eviscerate the Provo child, vanquish Zachary Hubbard and many others along the way. And the panel just gets lighter and lighter.
Well, it'll eventually pick up. It's a fluctuation of balance and cycles. And as like I said, people like Jeff and Allie go through, and Jack, and you'll get new people that want to come up and test you. They're always going to be there. That's the content. That's why you're doing this. You're looking for those people, and they're looking for you. It's going to happen naturally.
They don't want it. None of them really want it with me. Why can't we just have, why can't the siren creature come up? Why can't we just have some people who seem to be somewhat normal, I guess, whatever that means, to me, which is a big, I guess, qualifier. Why can't we have just some regular communing, address some relationship situations, men and women, like I want to do? I mean, Lou does that. Lou talks about men and women, his relationships. That's good content. That's valuable work. I like doing that. No one wants to do it. Oh, they're just fine in their relationships. They got it all figured out. It's all working. Right. Or Paulie doesn't know nothing. He's a trailer gorilla, and he fucks 50-year-olds. So what does he know about women?
Can I say something really quickly?
Absolutely, sir.
In the comments, I think it was Brian B. He said he's in Springs. Brian, if you are in the Springs, after the stream, in the comment section, I'll either put my Gmail or my phone number so we can link up. That's it. Thank you.
A little bit of dead silence for everybody out there. Oh, the feather person. Come up, feather person. Let's talk relationships. I don't give advice. I just start talking about stuff that I'm seeing.
I'm not in a relationship, so I got nothing to say about that.
Well, clearly, I mean, you can't make even one relationship work with any woman. So,
yeah, I've been striking out.
Yeah, at least I have at least one woman who can report very favorable results. So that's a start. Yeah. Most men don't even have that.
I like to think that I left my exes in good standing.
So what does this decode mean exactly? Let's hear from Smith. Person's been decoding me lately, and he's coming up with all these formulas. What does this mean exactly? 7,700 days. Is that a good thing? Are you saying that I am a godly creature? What exactly are you saying, sir, with this decoding formula? I must know. I have to know. From President Lincoln's assassination, who fought to the end of slavery, to Paul and Slave's birth, 577:27. There you go. See, even the insane Smith creature who wants to hate me says every formula he comes up with is the number of God comes back. From my day of birth to all these events, it's just filled with sevens because I am the most godly creature anyone's ever seen, especially on the metaverse. Okay? Way more than Jack Talcott. Let's just be real. So he did it. I didn't want to say it. He did his formulas. He decoded it all. The sevens are everywhere. God is on me, in me, all around me. And that's the way it's supposed to be. It's like Penny Lane. It's in my ears and in my eyes. Thoughts, Mr. Wizard, on the decoding formulas?
I don't know how they exactly work. I know they all point to the same kind of things, and I just do all mine through the words.
I want more decodes. Go ahead, Smith Creature. Give me more decodes. What? I have no idea what that means. Rest of the world will be okay. So what? Okay. I have to know the year. You're saying for me? The year for me? Dude, why are you... This is what I mean. Now, Salty Siren Creature, you're going in fucking 5-minute timeout. How dare you? I'm getting my decode right now. I'm asking for more decodes, and she's like getting this guy to simp, knowing damn well that he's incelled out. She's like, oh, do me next. And then he starts like talking to her instead. How dare you, little salty siren creature? Oh, she's always batting her eyes and throwing her feminine form around to get her way and interfering. Little devil. And you won't even come up on panel and interact with your daddy. So that's what happens, okay? It was bound to happen. It's the first time you got put in 5-minute chamber. Don't even cry about it. Everyone else has experienced it. You have to get some too. Just because I have this little soft spot for the salty siren, she thinks she's going to simp on me and everyone else. It's not happening. Right in the fucking chamber, like that movie. What was it, V for Vendetta, where he shaved that woman's head and put her in a prison cell, and she didn't find out till after that he did it all? I did this for your own good, lady. Love me. All right. What do I got here? Oh, I have the Dhammapada, but, I would have loved to get into that one of these times, but they might copyright strike me on 1,000-year-old text again. Take it down. Your thoughts, Mr. Wizard? You got anything that you want to... Oh, here we go. I'm harsh on her, right? Like, she can't take it. She can't take 5 minutes in the chamber. A little bit frustrated with the salty siren creature, okay? Forgive me. But again, she was distracting from my Smith creature decode. I finally go to Smith creature for decode, and she wants to interrupt that. He's been waiting for this, and then he's willing to go with it, take the bait. He desperately wants any woman to validate him. You knew that. You knew how he is. Go ahead, Smith creature. Give me some more decodes. I want more numbers. Come up here. I want more decodes. I'm in the mood today for some reason. I'm not usually in the mood. Finally, he's telling me something good about myself. So now I'm in the mood to hear it. He's not like, Paul's the devil, Antichrist. He's a pogo agent. Look at this person. No, you're not going in there with her. Okay. This is my courting ritual with her. I'm not putting you back there so you can defile that woman. How dare you? You stay away from her. I'm doing this for her own good. Man, this fucking panel's dead today. You guys are like fucking broadcast kryptonite.
You know me, I don't have much to say.
Oh, all of a sudden.
Oh, listen to you.
All of a sudden, this guy's short of words. He's yelling and screaming the other day, chain smoking Marlboros, telling everyone to go fuck themselves. Where's that at again? Well, just minus the Marlboro, right? As long as you don't get cancer from being angry, because I think there might be something to that. So I don't know when to buy into that with Talcott. When he says that, I go, fuck, Talcott might have a point here. Damn it.
I don't know. Look at Talcott. He turns on and gets just as angry as I do.
That's true. and he contains. At least you let it flow and let it out. He's bottling it up.
Yeah, I'm not here like.
Yeah, then he went on a suicidal rant last night. He took the channel for like an hour. Dalcott lost his mind. Went up on the roof and said he was going to jump. Like, bro, it's okay. Okay, we took the channel. We're all here. You wanted to merge. It's not that serious. I'm telling you, fuck these people's ego the least bit and take their control and their power. They don't know what the fuck to do.
I had to go back and take a look at the look on his face when he realized somebody else was controlling it. He was like confused. You're like
he was when he was fighting with Moose to put himself up and down. That was the power struggle. Like, you just picture them now. They're just two grown children tapping the mouse like, I'm going to get in here. I'm going to get in here. I told him weeks ago, man, I said, you don't even see what's coming. That I call the move every time. I said, I feel it in the air, Talcott. Okay. I'm like Phil Collins, man. I start feeling this energy and this electricity, and I go, I see the Moose like going from Breaking Bad to want to come back. And if I just inspire him with truth, he's going to come back this way. And I know he's going to take your channel with it because he's got control over it. I told him, I said, bro, I already control your channel right now, and you don't even know it. I literally said that a couple weeks ago. I said, I've gotten a third-party agent, non-agent, the Moose, who's broken bad in the past and is on shaky ground, but will inevitably honor me if I choose to even go there. I didn't even choose it. I could have at any time contacted him and said, I wouldn't even have to lie. Just said, hey, bro, here's how I'm feeling about it. Here's what I want you to do. And he'd have done it. I didn't even do that. He went and did what the fuck I would want to do if I wanted to fuck with him and play with his ego that I probably should have did. Right? He did it organically. And I called it weeks before. I said, bro, I already have somebody inside of your arena that I know I have way more influence over than you do. That's why I know you're not that smart, right? If you understood power dynamics and spiritual dynamics and psychological dynamics, you would never give that much control over to someone who is at odds with someone on another channel, right? Talcott and me, because he likes to say he loves me and everything else, but he's got this thing with me, right? So knowing how I am and knowing how the Moose is, why you would ever give everything over to him, knowing I could just say 2 sentences to him and it would probably change your whole game. So, he didn't listen. He goes, whatever. Me and the Moose are working now. We're going places. And then sure enough, fucking happens exactly how I saw it was going to happen. I swear I start thinking I manifest this shit.
I can see him sitting in front of the UN, and the UN starts getting real with him. He sits there and goes,
what's going on, Smith Creature? You got some decodes or what? I need more from you, man. Don't fucking get me on the hook and then don't give me more.
Well, so I forgot to put the first part of that in there, that in the rest of the world, they say the day of the month first. So your birthday would be 3589. And related to the above comment about Lincoln, Strong's Concordance 3589 is 4 score, kind of like his speech. If you do it the way they do the date in the USA, it'd be 5389, and Strong's Concordance in the Greek is to study. I don't know. Anyways, I put that in your chat last night, so I'll give you a quick decode. I thought I'd troll you with decodes because that's not really trolling. People can just say I'm crazy, and they're entitled to that opinion.
Right.
What you have tomorrow is World Health Organization May 5 Wash Your Hands Day on 5/5. And 5/5 kind of, to me at least, looks a lot like SS, like an SS Nazi, and they did everything for people's safety. And so they say that Hitler, there's a movie called The Boys of Brazil. Some say that it's a documentary. I don't know if they're able to clone, but Brazil looks a lot like the word Braille. And Braille is for people if you cannot see, if you know what I mean.
Okay. A little bit of a
That
reach
makes
on
sense?
that. Yeah, I mean, times where there's a bit of a reach, but okay, I can see what you're doing here.
That's all I'm doing. That's all. I mean, I got tons. I thought I'd pop in real quick. Maybe, now seems like a slow time for you. I still got to drive home. I've had a couple drinks. I was trying not to drink and whatnot, but they call it spirits for a reason. It's not good for you. Should stay sober in the last days.
Yeah,
Not you. I just mean people in general. I should take my own advice, huh?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, man, if you got to switch addictions, as they'll say at an institution, go and smoke reefer. If it'll
Oh, I do that.
Kind of level you out, you know. But that other shit, man, is poison, and you see how it gets you. It gets you doing shit that you regret.
So
that's the thing.
Yeah,
they
that's all.
can say whatever they want about me and Reefer, but I don't ever do shit hardly ever, if ever, that I regret. You know.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty.
Yeah. No. I've gotten into RSOs, kind of my thing. I still smoke. I love the taste of smoking, but RSO, there's fucking no better way to fall asleep. It's fucking amazing. Tastes like shit, but
you know, again, and I'm talking to me as much as you, but I just want to see you respect yourself as much as possible and be respected by your women and children, and you know, not be feeling like you'd rather not be living or other people not be living, right? Because that's no way to live inside of yourself. So, you know, I just want for you what I'd want for anybody, you know, but you have to see that and feel that and work toward that. Even if it's just one step at a time, it usually is, you know, little things here and there.
No, I agree. I appreciate your different perspective today. Like I've said, if anybody goes back and watches any of appearances I made on your show, except for today, I always start out the same way. You know, people should just have this common thing, and you know, I might do decodes, and you guys might talk rights and freedoms. It's the same thing. You know, like I brought up last night on your birthday, it's that the government's screwing us, and just if people aren't fighting and are, you know, talking about those kinds of things at times. I get nobody wants to be fucking Debbie Downer, doom and gloom all the time, but it's, you know, just not talking about it. The thing that drives me the most nuts is other truther channels, communities. It's here's truth, now let's laugh about it. It's like, it's not funny. It's not funny. There's nothing funny about what's happened in the world. So it's all good. God bless y'all. Have a good day. I'll drop in another time with a decode for you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, well, it's a light panel today. No one else wants to come up. So, final word, then let's get the hell out of here.
Final words. I'm gonna go find out how I'm gonna get some gas so I can go fishing. It's my problem right now. Love y'all.
All right, I'll see you later. Cult member 1001.
Yes, I just want to say, beautiful thing you're doing here, Paul. I love it. I respect everything you're doing. Beautiful broadcast, a ton of value, and much love to everyone. Take care.
Thank you, sir. It's good to see younger folks here who seem to have a good heart and pretty good head on their shoulders, know what they're doing, have some purpose and meaning in their life, and affecting change in their community, even if it's one at a time. And you seem to get it, right? Whatever it is I'm doing here. So look forward to having you on here regularly. I don't see us having really any resistance or friction. And that's due to just your presentment, the little that I've seen of it, right? Your presentment seems to be what it needs to be. And, you know, you're doing what you need to do in your life, and you seem to be happy about your life and have a good heart, right? You seem to be a loving being. So, yeah, if that's it, I'll let you go for now. I'll probably be back at some point, maybe later. I would think, if not just for a brief time, we'll see where it goes. I'll address the Talcati and one another's. Give the people some more inspiration, entertainment, whatever they're looking for. We could do it all. So thank you, Mr. Virgil.
Yes.
Helio.
Yeah. Thank you. Much love.
Thank you, sir. All right, another one of the books. As I said, I'm feeling that I'll be back later. The Talcati and one and Ian are set to go on. We'll play some metaversal games with them a little bit. Pipe up. Oh, Timothy. See, Timmy. Timmy, what are you doing to me? What
are you doing? Wrapping up? You're wrapping up?
Wrapping up. Where you been?
Oh, man. Nah, man. I've just been super busy with the new baby, brother.
Oh, yeah? What are you looking to talk about?
Oh, man. If you're wrapping up, I'll get the fuck out of here. But, I mean, it's obviously up to you. I was just, you want to go now, or do you want to have a quick discussion?
We can have a conversation. I'm here.
Yeah, dude. I've been just like working diligently on like taking all of my quote unquote business stuff, and I really want to go like all out on just like running it lawful only. And like I saw Wiz just left, and I was it would have been cool to have him here also, but I mean I can ask him whenever. But yeah, man, I mean it's just interesting. I'm trying to figure out how do I mix like the ideas of the private membership association, right? Like not have a public thing, right? And no, I don't have a storefront, right? So there's no like, that public accommodation thing.
What's the product?
I'm trying to figure out at this point software and consulting. So I look at it as software as like it's just property, right? It's just my property that at times
so why can't you just run it? Why can't you just run it in directly where you set up a format where you expect a limited donation, right? Or there's a parameter there. Hey, with a $50 donation, you get a free gift of XYZ, which is just a way of saying, without saying, that you're exchanging that property for value, right? But it's not under their terms.
Yeah, that's good, man. I mean, I've seen that other folks even say compensation, and that's like a fair word to stay lawful also, because it's just a compensation for property, whether it's time or some specific property or whatever. Yeah, that and the setup of a private membership.
If you're not signing W-2s and W-9s and all the rest of that, you're not liable for taxation. You've not agreed to that corporation, and if you're doing everything through a private exchange or donation based, then they have no jurisdiction. Now, I don't know about P.I.M.P and the rest of that. I mean, that might be another world, so to speak.
Right. I totally understand what you're talking about, and yeah, that I'm clear on the quote unquote tax stuff. I mean, it I could be wrong, but it's my belief, magistrate out there listening, that please present the contract that Clay, that subjects me to any of those jurisdictions. I'm glad to pay if I sign a contract saying so. But yeah, man, it's really cool. I'm really excited about this because I've seen plenty of I've seen a few PMAs, right, where people are trying to do it, but it's very few. So, and it's usually a very small business. So I want to show folks how it's done and have many quote unquote customers. They're not going to be customers, right? Just association members. But it's cool. And I'm going to basically force people to do it. So I'm going to be doing trying to educate at the same time as quote unquote do business. And I'm not going to bend. I'm not going to do contracts with corporations like I did in the past. And it's just going to be like this. And if people don't like it, they can, kick rocks. And I'll quote unquote lose business on the upfront. Obviously, this. I don't need to tell you this, right? Lose it on the upfront, but kind of make it sort of a branding thing too. Which you're right. It's a brand, but no brand, right? It's just I'm doing it because I want to do it, and yeah. So I'm just excited about it, man. Because fuck the normal way.
There's no company, there's no corporation, there's no entity. So,
agreed.
I mean, they're going to have to, if anything, make the case that whatever movements they see in and out of your account, presuming you have that, because that's how a lot of this shit is done, they're going to have to make a determination of what that all is. So they can presume whatever they want. I'm going to rebut that out hand, because I'm going to say, there's your notice. It's donations. It's all voluntary. I'm not selling anything. There's no product or service. So it's basically a gift. You have folks gifting me, right? You can't tax gifts. So say whatever you want. And the best part is they can contact all these people, or certain people, and they can ask them directly. Why'd you send XYZ to Paulie the Gorilla? Well, we gifted or donated to him because we think he brought our life value. Did he sell you a product or service? No. Did you have a contract with him? No. So good luck. I don't see how you could substantiate anything but what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I see the way some other folks do, they put a very short, like private membership association agreement, like on the website, and it takes maybe 60 seconds to read, and it's basically just a lawful. It's got a few sentences, maybe 10 lines, but it's just the basics of kind of what you and I would expect that we'd want to have on paper. Basically saying like it's only those of mankind, right? Man and woman only, no corporations. We will both honor all those of mankind involved. Will only deal with pressing claims at a court of law, right? Like not anywhere else. Everything is as is. You take accountability. Like each man and woman takes accountability for their own emotions and situations, and we always resolve things in honor, like stuff like this. So like and then I've seen it work. It's pretty interesting. And yeah, I'm really excited about the fact that's like I'm gonna kind of force it as part of the process, because I know the people that will be like wanting the quote unquote software will not understand this stuff. But again, like my target market isn't just everybody, right? It's the folks that either get it already or like need one little kind of push. So if I'm going to be that bridge, I'm excited to do that. And like, I know it's going to add a bit of friction into the process, but like, I'm excited to like, set up some videos and set up some like basic understandings to show this kind of stuff, to like just have a different angle on the rights and freedom stuff, and like kind of connect everything together. So yeah, that's what I'm working on, and I'm pretty stoked about it.
Yeah, I mean, you never really know what you're dealing with completely. You just have an understanding and you apply that and cover your bases and protect yourself. But the truth is the truth, that they're doing fraud, and they can claim whatever they want, but it has to be substantiated according to them. And that's where everybody gets lost, because they go, well, they're just going to say and do whatever they want. Maybe, maybe not. And I guess
Right.
you have to be willing to practice law and find out. And the way you do that is by exercising your rights and the language and the understanding and meaning. So it's pretty clear. They're going to come to you with the same words and terms. And if you accept those words and terms, they're going to hold you to that. If you have
Right.
a different understanding of what's going on, because it's not the same process contractually, spiritually, well, it's a different conversation.
Yeah, man, good stuff. I'm with you. I even think it's like we as man and woman, as man and woman of mankind, like I say we express law. I mean, obviously, there's only God's law, really, and that never fails, I think. But as far as man goes, I think we can express it, but the corporate fictions can only pretend, right? And they can only practice it. That's why they need licenses, because a corporation can't actually do anything in express law. Anyway, that's just some theory stuff. But yeah, man, that's what I got going on. It's pretty excited. Obviously, I'll share my stuff, and kind of like WES does, and share the website and show what I got going on. Just for, I mean, others want to learn. That's cool. I'm not trying to sell my fucking software, to rights and freedoms folks. But if somebody can get, because the part of it also is like, I want other people to see how easy it is, really.
Well, what's your software? Because, I'll fucking, if I agree with it and it works, I'll do something with you here, and then you just gotta, kick back something if you feel it is,
of course,
beneficial to you. But I'm not going to promote other people's bullshit, but you're here all the time. And
I feel you. Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, it's a new thing, so I'm working on it.
What is the software about anyway? What does it do?
It's like an automation software. So basically, the long-term vision is like, you got the mom and pop, like small business, let's say a coffee shop, and they're fucking struggling to survive against the 20 Starbuckses that are like all around them. And it's 2023, and most of these small, medium-sized businesses like are just all over the place with like how they manage the business, how they don't automate stuff, they hire too many people, they don't really have any standardized processes, all this kind of stuff. Like for example, you walk into a Domino's. Now let's leave aside like what the hell is in that, right? And their mission and purpose, but like the thing that they do well is the reason why they exist and exist well is because they've mechanized, which is a good thing. People get this mixed up. They think it's like, oh, it's mechanized, so it's evil. It's like, no, Woodstock is a disaster after 3 days because they don't believe in like plumbing. So, the mechanization, the standardization of something that works is really powerful. So that's what I want to bring easier to the businesses that don't have, these gigantic budgets. And it doesn't need huge budgets, but like that's kind of the longer term vision. It's basically like an automation platform that also combines like the knowledge of, hey, here's how you can do X, Y, Z a lot easier. But it's tough. It's tough. I'm working on like the exact market, but.
Well, did you hear the kid before? He says that I'm a human version of Chat GPT, where I just say a whole bunch of shit. And I thought that was a compliment. He's basically saying I'm a supercomputer, a living supercomputer.
Basically, you said this a couple of months back. You're the NI, the natural intelligence. I like that. Try. What's up, man?
Nothing much. As I heard you talking about that little issue you're having there, as far as getting out of the public, or should I say the corporate system, and into more of the private system.
Yeah,
and
no issue. Just planning, brother. What do you got? You got something for me?
What's that?
I said no issue. Just like a planning thing. Just working through some stuff. But yeah, you had some ideas, bro.
It is an issue to me. It's an issue I've been struggling with too. I mean, I'm actually making changes to bring it fully into the private, and with my partners I do business with, so that everything is brought into the private. There's no reason. Here's what it came down to, is what Paul said before. The government, the state corporations are there for those that can't govern themselves, that don't know how to construct their own rules or laws and abide by their own rules.
Yeah, of course.
And can't get along with others without causing loss, injury, and harm. I mean, if you could manage to do all those within the private and actually have your own documents to support your intentions, that if you're ever contested along the way, your honor, your documentation, your evidence stands above all others, because it stands in a constitutional authority, not a state, municipal or otherwise authority.
I mean, a lot of these societies come about too is they realize on some level that you need a servant's heart in order for community or civilization to work. And when they see folks aren't willing to cultivate that organically, they say, we're going to compel service. You're going to do 5 years in a service somewhere, right? And now you get them serving, but what the fuck are they really serving, right? So this is part of what government is supposed to be too, is that, hey, it becomes an impediment to man when I walk to a court or any other building and the folks in there with costumes on don't really want to serve anything outside themselves. They're just sitting there acting like a bunch of jerk-offs, right? So they need government to compel them to serve something of importance, because they don't even know how to do that on their own, right? Let alone govern themselves. They don't know how to serve anything outside themselves and do it with some kind of care.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we talk about this so much, right? Like, people want to go and complain, oh, McDonald's, there's so many of them. I don't want a job at McDonald's, and then it's like, bro, where's your burger restaurant? Or like, where's your vegan food? Like, whatever the fuck you want to eat. I mean, that's a beautiful thing that I've experienced being in Vietnam. It's like, yesterday I was out on the street and like this dude, it was like $1 for a bunch of these little fried cakes. They're fucking delicious. And like this guy, he's got his little stand set up. There's no for small quote unquote businesses, like there's no paperwork for that kind of shit. So there's less communism when it comes to that stuff here than on or / in the US, tongue in cheek. And like the dude charged like $1 for these cakes. It probably cost him like 10 cents to make, and like he's
so what if
living
they get
happily.
me and I got guns and reefer like they do here? What happens? You don't ever see me again.
That don't fly. That's the one of many drawbacks.
You don't ever see me again. What happened to Paul? You had guns and reefer? Free?
Well, it's like somewhere like Thailand, right? It's a military junta, and if you're in the city, you basically you're run by. They call it they do it by smiles. The military drives through the streets and throws out candy, and if you don't want that, the bullets come next. So they never had to do that part. But the people fall right in line, and essentially it's like this: the military and the city just basically controls commerce. And you go out into the hills of Chiang Mai, you're going to be able to do whatever you want, smoke whatever you want. But on your way back to the city, there's going to be signs like with the reefer leaf crossed out, with the opium thing crossed out. It's like, under penalty of death, don't bring that shit into the city. Enjoy it while you're out there, but don't bring it in here because we will kill you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've shared this story before, but like I'll leave out specific details just to kind of CYA. But like, there's a lot of areas. You imagine where. In the bush, in the jungles, man, where if centralized policy enforcers try to go, they're met with machetes, and because the conversation has been said multiple times, it's the same story over and over, right? We don't honor your centralized capital in their imaginary quote unquote country. We don't fucking honor your jurisdiction. We don't want your slave card, and they have all the tools they need to do that and to grow their own food, and it's great. And there's a lot of places like that, and people and they cross borders whenever the fuck they want, because it would be insane for any man to claim that like a jungle community on like a quote unquote border with another quote unquote country. It'd be insane to claim that they can't go across. That's why you see everywhere in the world when there is people that live on borderlines, nobody has the balls, or nobody's that stupid to try to claim that those folks can't go across, because they know they have the claim to those lands, which is very kind of an interesting concept.
I mean, I've been in places where there's basically border zones, which are essentially, it's permeable, let's just say. And I mean, if you got legitimate stuff to do, you better go through the legitimate channels. If you're just there for whatever it is, it's not going to interfere with anything. There's pretty much no one's got the time to deal with you.
Yeah, well, that's the difference between creating security or centering when danger pops up versus creating a system that promises safety and has to use a mechanism of control all the time. So in order for that region to remain safe all the time, it has to be controlled all the time, so that border can't be breached by anyone all the time. Right? In a common sense, common law land, of course we walk back and forth. The bananas are over there. So that's one republic. This is another. It's just 5 feet away. And sometimes war breaks out over there and they shoot over here. And then we shoot back and then we stop and we go back to walking across, right? So, yeah, danger pops up. They deal with it. There's a certain border that becomes real for the time being. And then it goes back to regular life without the insanity of a mapping and an overlay that's not reality.
Yeah, can I bring a little story of Americana into this, or I don't want to digress too much. But my grandfather, one of my grandfathers, he grew up in Appalachia, or when he came to this country and stuff. And let's just face it, he was a moonshiner, okay? And there were stories between my grandmother and my father, where my grandmother, because the women in the day were, they did what they did with the family and stuff, and the men had to take care of busyness and whatever else went on in society to keep the family safe. And there was an incident where my grandmother always complained how my grandfather had traded his pearl handles for his .38 to some local cop, policy enforcer, or a peace officer at the time, right? Because he's the local guy, for his bone handles. And she said that he kind of bullied him into it and something. And my father was trying to explain to her, is like, no, you don't understand. It's kind of like it was a deal. Because essentially, here's how I know this is fact, is that when the revenuers came into town, the local cops tipped my grandfather off that they were coming, and he moved his still and he brought it into the basement. And that's how my grandmother even knew he was doing moonshine, because he got a tip to go hide it. So the revenuers never found it. So, and I learned a lot, from some of these stories and, growing up with grandparents and stuff. I mean, my grandfather had passed by then. These are stories that I got from my grandmother and father, but it was kind of like an argument between the two because my father knew the truth. My grandmother knew her story of it, her side of it. And, and I had to discern now what was really going on. And I kind of, as the years have gone by and got a little clear on the story, I see what really was going on is that there's an agreement between the local people that we really don't want the foreign federalists coming in and telling us how to run our lives because we get along just fine without them, because they could govern themselves back then. It was a hard thing. And it wasn't like they didn't have problems with the KKK and, the Indian, everyone was a problem for everyone else there, and frankly, if you were immigrants, you got along with the blacks more than you did with the KKK. So, it's just such a different dynamic today. I mean, I really, it's foreign to me. I got to say, the way I see these prejudices is, it's almost freaky in a way to see how people have just turned so demented. But, that's, we got to do something about it by acting the right way. And that's kind of what I get from this panel is it's not that too many people have had the issues or problems bonding that you see with other panels. But I think regardless of our backgrounds, we're all coming together because we see a better future for us and everyone else, and that we have to do the effort and the hard work that no one else is doing to do it. And there's no way we're gonna have the confidence to do it and the courage if we don't discuss this and break down the hypotheticals into real true knowledge. And our experiences and our contributions of our experiences are the only way we're going to come to the real confidence to act. That's how I feel about this. And that's why, again, I salute Paul for doing this. There's a lot of endurance to get to these little gems like this, Timmy. And, I just got done with my busy day of things. And I felt I just had to share that with you guys, but I'll yield.
No, solid stuff. I want to go back on something you.
Sorry,
Go,
Tim.
Paul.
I want to hear real quick the tribal person. What are your thoughts on CUCK body outline? And then Timmy, you go next.
Sprouts. He needs to eat more sprouts. I'll just say nothing disparaging. I would say that's my positive suggestion to him. Sprouts. They're delicious. Microgreens, sprouts, even sprouted beans would be a good start. But yeah, you'll get better minerals, better RNA to help with the the neural functions and gene repair. But I yield.
Timmy, your thoughts?
Yeah.
CUCK body outline.
Yeah, I mean, look, the whole like Christian cuckery, like Jesus is my papa, like they're just off a bit. Like they don't get that the dude was probably just like a Buddhist monk, and then he was doing stuff right. Like he's really more metaphoric than anything. But like the weight that he's gonna come back is laughable. It's not a manly thing to do. It's not really a spiritual thing to do either. And then his over like confidence, like his over arrogance is just a fucking joke. And it's just immature, man. It's very immature. They treat the quote unquote truth as just like another keyword, like another like topic to make dumb videos about. It's like, yeah, maybe I'll do cooking today. Maybe I'll do conspiracy and truth tomorrow. And, whatever will get me like a couple of views and like some ad revenue. Like, I just do this 1 or 2 hours a day. I don't really give a fuck. And it's like so easy to make the content, right? If you have like half a brain cell, you can see that Clown World is in like full effect. So like, you don't really need that much fucking talent to be able to make a couple like, to just turn on a camera and buy a $200 mic and sound like Moose and just, start talking about conspiracy and just where does it go? If you're just a group of Christ cucks that just or just waiting for Papa Christos to, not the dude Christos, the 2,000 years ago guy, like you're just going to wait for him and like girls just want to have fun. I mean, it's just, what the fuck? Like, so of course they're going to say when some folks say, what do you think about slave tax? What do you think about property tax? What do you think about it? Oh, whatever. What am I supposed to do? I have 4 kids. Fucking dumbass. And the dude's been in the game for 10 fucking years. Are you kidding me? I mean, yeah. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Well, that's kind of the
really kind of like, I don't want you to hold back. Really,
I got these just locked and loaded. I can go on like 5 minutes for like each fucking character that comes up here. It's usually like 8 people up here, so I only usually get like 10 seconds in, and then some chaos ensues. You know the deal. Come on, man.
Can see where like they all think they're their own person with their own ideas and their own beliefs, and it's always like the same personality type majority of the time.
Yeah, for sure. And you can't, and it's usually a defense mechanism, right? It's like a shield. They're afraid to peel that back because they haven't faced within themselves like what actually it would be if they actually shatter that fear and like go beyond it and go past, like look into the abyss and see that there's nothing there, and the abyss stares back, and then you fucking move on. You don't just stop, like you don't just be afraid of the abyss your whole fucking life and live with fear and never go near the abyss, right? I mean, I'm just pulling that out of my ass. It's not like from some book. It's just kind of what I feel, If you don't go and look into the fucking abyss, you're just going to be afraid of it your whole fucking life. If you don't look at the fucking shadow that is like this fictional overlay, it's a fucking shadow. You can't bring darkness into a fucking, no matter how much darkness you have, you can't bring it into a room of light. So and how can you be a Christ cuck and like live fearful and pay slave tax and at the same time be like, oh, I'm a spiritual warrior, I'm wearing the armor of God? That's not the armor of God.
The
armor
people's
of God is
champ,
the faith.
he calls himself, like The Rock. He's the people's champ.
Yeah. The people's cuck. Chug Body Outline, signing off.
Well, what you're saying, Timmy, is something I've felt. I mean, I've been chiming in here and there and listening to the broadcast of the day, just in little pieces. But I was able to catch Wes, fortunately, and I've been getting the same sentiment you just expressed there. And I'll say it like this: what I see is this: people might agree with your points of view and Paul's points of view, but they won't act because they know as soon as they act, they lose everything that they have. And then they have to make that decision. What's more valuable to them? What they know, the bird in the hand, or
if they don't act, they still lose everything they have, and they don't get to keep their self-respect and dignity.
Well, that's what no one else wants to tell him, Paul. And as soon as you say what you just said there, now he's Paul, the white gorilla, and he pisses every. Now they want to execute you and turn you into the scapegoat because you just said the one reason it keeps them from action. They're gonna lose it anyways. Duh.
They don't have anything.
Give the outline some commendations, right? It can't be all negative criticism. Build him up a little bit.
I'm trying to remember who he is because he blurs in, like Timmy says, with a lot of these other characters. All I remember, he was a little bit rotund, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I mean, I'll give him credit. Like I've actually
that's
watched
the
some
EBT
of his...
fellow. He's morbidly obese.
That's EBT.
But no, the guy who was on today, that was Cuck Body Outline. He was on.
I wasn't watching today the whole time. That's my point I was just making.
No, I got something good to say, Try. I give him due credit. I've seen some of his like exposés or whatever you want to call it. Some like his quote unquote deep dives into some kind of topics. Like I saw he did something about Santos Bonacci that I thought was valuable. It was very fair and like even keeled. I saw him do something about somebody else. And it was quite like an honorable presentment of like what the facts are. And he's making jokes here and there, but it was pretty informative. Most people can't really do that, so I give him credit there. But as like, if you want to call it a journalism, if you will, it was pretty good. I give him that. Kind of a part-time journalist thing he's got going on. But I want to know, like, what do these guys do full-time? Like, what do they think about all day? I mean, I guess it's evident, right?
Not much. I don't see anything in the chat from them, so I'm not too sure. I was just kind of scanning in there. I didn't see anything, but yeah, I'll have to hold judgment because some of these characters are just a little too insignificant for my attention. And then until they get a platform or some time on this panel that gets some real attention, then I give consideration. But I'd have to hold opinion. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't want to overstep what I know.
Hey, Drive. Can you get out of your imagination? Oh, yo, I wanted to say to you before, just to go back on what you said. You said, yeah, you're talking about documents and evidence, all that stuff. Yo, what I've noticed is you can play this game. Look at any legal thing, like any document, and like any form, and if you actually just replace all of their language back to like the lawful language, it actually becomes a thing that makes sense. Like you can just do that with everything, like because that's all they did in the first place.
Right.
Like they took lawful documents and then just overlaid like their language and then made it legal, right? But if you reverse engineer that process, like, so what I'm talking about specifically is you can apply it to everything, but just based on our conversation is like, you're talking about the fucking process people go through to incorporate, right? It's like, well, that same process is valid if you're just doing a private quote unquote business or whatever you want to call it, trust, private membership association, right? If you just go through the process of what it is, right? Like the articles of incorporation, just don't call it that. You know what I mean?
Okay, so here's the concept before you get too in the weeds here, is that what they've done is they've taken the common law, right? And they've taken the spirit of the common law, yet they've stripped it of the letter. And they've replaced the letter of the law with their codes and statutes. And it remains with the spirit of the common law overlay, so it appears to be written in that way, but if you read the letter of their codes and statutes, it doesn't reflect the spirit of the common law it was originated.
And you know what? And then when but when people go and sign that shit and execute those fucking documents, that gives it the spirit, right? Like that gives it.
No, that gives it legality. That gives it legality because you just consented.
I disagree. That gives it full force of law when a man like executes it and believes in it and operates. I think
well, yeah, intention is force of law, but when you sign up to something that people have laid out in a contract, that's legal now. Also,
I think that's what gives all of this like life is the being that they give charge to it, right? But
the law,
it's really interesting, man.
The big thing I've also learned here, because I like to split hairs, and Paul doesn't mind when we do here, but the big difference of the law is that the law is supposed to be intended for life, the needs of life. That's what the law is intended to do. So if it's not, if you have laws that are intended to focus on the needs of life, then it's not lawful. If that makes sense, it's not connected to that spiritual need of the law. The law is codified natural law. What we call law is really just a codified, a written expression of natural law.
Right. Yeah, I make the point that like if there's a being out there that's gonna make his pizza shop an LLC, right? Like he is executing all these legal documents and like registering with the state and all this shit, and then he really does give it force of law by like signing up basically as a franchise corporation, a child corporation of the state, right? And basically that gives it real force. And that's why the news is always saying, oh, you're non-essential, right? Because they signed up to be non-essential because they acquiesced to those health codes. That's the thing that people just don't get, right? So I think, and at that point, it's honorable. Like that's the fucked up part about all this is like the quote unquote police that go and like execute those orders, if you will, to like go and shutter businesses. It's like, well, that's their business. It's like that's like the state of Iowa's business. It's like it's fucked up, but like it's true. Like who can say in court, oh, this is unfair? It's like, well, did you read I didn't. When I did my incorporation stuff in fucking Delaware, there's 500 terms in there. I've said this 50 times. There's 500 terms in there. How can I fucking know what all that means? No, I mean, I'm sorry. There's 500 terms, different terms and terms and conditions. And then there's all kinds of definitions that like, I'm not a bar member. It's crazy, man. But it's, what the thing is, it is honorable, I think, in a way. I know you don't. I know you probably disagree.
No, man, it's legal. It's not honorable.
It is. It is because people give it the force, dude. But people opt in. That makes it honorable.
Can I make it very simple for you?
No, why do you disagree though? People like they are giving it force. Like only you and me can give something force, not like some system. It's just a dead stack of papers,
Yeah. So here's what I'm trying to say is this. is that if you know how to construct and legal documents for your business, legal documents, right, to operate it through whatever means you need to, whether it's through trade or whether it's through commerce, then you can do it yourself. Now, if you don't have that skill, or you don't want to hire someone to do it, or you don't want to learn to do it yourself, or take the risk of trying it some way, then you can just register with the state and they'll take care of it for you. But they're going to own most of your assets, your business, maybe even your personal, you're signing on for personal jurisdiction on some things, personal liability, they call it. The point being is that's only because you didn't want to construct it yourself through the proper documents. Usually, there's trusts that you can form and then use, through assigned agents or trustees or registered agents to deal with the corporate side of things, right? Outside of anyone's personal busyness, it becomes trust business, and through representatives and trustees. So, but that's how most businesses that are large and successful work. And the small businesses that don't want to bother with this think they just got a great idea. They do this, they end up working for the state. The state is their de facto partner now, or governing partner for that matter. But that's their choice, Timmy. So if you want to say it's honorable, yeah, but I don't, because it's all done by deceit, because they never taught people that you have a choice. I get it, but when you teach someone, listen.
But it's in the documents, though. People look at the papers like me. I didn't look at all 500 terms in the Delaware corporations.
Right, but when they release information, Timmy, follow me here, then I'll yield. When they release that information, right? When they omit truths and when they give you half truths with the intent to deceive, right? That's fraud. However you want to slice it up, that's fraud, and I yield.
That's fair. I don't know what to say to that. I guess how do you prove their intent?
Well, you don't. You don't sign on to it. You learn to do it yourself. You work with people that know, or you get the help you need or pay for it, like everybody else does. If you don't know how to lay bricks or install plumbing, you hire someone or learn to do it yourself. Or if you have the skill, you can do it, right?
Yeah.
But it just comes down. Look, there's a price to pay for everything, whether it's a mental struggle, a physical struggle, time, whatever it is, effort, physical labor. You have to get something for anything. Nothing is free. You don't get everything you pay for, but you got to pay for everything you get.
If you don't know who Santos is, very early on in my awakening, whatever you want to call
Anyhow,
it.
What are we watching, Paul?
CUCK Body Outline.
Called Mr. Astro.
He's got all the dirt. He's like a gossip columnist. He knows all about Santos and what he's up to.
Back when I followed him.
Santa Claus? I saw Santa Claus back there. He knows what Santa's up to?
He killed someone, he says, and he's going to tell us all about it. He's got the reports.
Wait, Santa Claus?
He's like TMZ from his
he
gamer
went to
chair.
jail for.
No, I want to hear more about Santa Claus.
For some charges, and then he.
I saw Santa Claus in the background earlier.
Right when Flat Earth was getting popular on the internet. But this is the channel, Mr. Astro Theology. And a few years ago, I don't remember.
So, Paul, is CUCK Body Outline good because of the lighting he uses or because of the eyeglasses?
And I wasn't able to find much information on it, and I've actually left comments on his video.
It is kind of impressive considering it's not computer generated.
It's not good enough when you don't feel good enough as a being, and you're not good enough when you have little to no value. You got to put a bunch of accessories on
in a self-defense
situation.
Little
virtual glasses.
Some people say murder,
and red lights, and Christmas lights.
It sounds like it would be a self-defense.
It's an impressive microphone. Paul. It's an impressive microphone. You don't have an impressive microphone like that.
I don't have that microphone, and that's the thing. If I was to get everything he has, the red light, the Christmas lights, the glasses, microphone, professional editing software, and all the rest of it, I might be onto something.
When Stephen Durkee came to
and don't get one of them old professional mics like the Freedom Grower uses. He has to get so close to it.
Why are we supposed to ever talk about Santos Bonacci and what he did 20 years ago?
I thought you said it was Santa Claus. What, he changed the subject already?
Treatments now. I busted in the door to save her life with my bare hands.
He's going to do an expose
15
on me
years
one
later,
day. He's going to
my
say,
angels
Paulie
protecting
Slave
me
killed someone like that guy did one day. He came on
had
here and he goes,
him
I know you
stone
kid
motherless
Tony
dead.
in Chicago.
So,
He had a whole
come
rap.
at me.
Let's take
That's going to be Cuck Body Outline. He's going
The
to
only thing I have
expose
a
me and get
question with that
reports that
for
I
is
kill
because
people.
he's so small, but those little guys are crazy, right? So, and being in the truth community, everybody is skeptical. Different accounts or whatever.
Truth
You never really
community.
know what to fully believe. And then after seeing him go completely unhinged recently and saying stuff like this, I'll just play a short clip. I don't think it's that out of the realm to have even more questions about what really happened when you hear him talk like this. And this is from the Tartarian Truth channel. This is the Santos live stream that he deleted.
Toilet Bowl Earth was
Tartarian
one of his
Truth put it
boyfriends.
back
That's
up.
like
He's in
his
here right now, I think.
best buddy
Shout
mod.
out to Tartarian Truth.
You are
He's
not
another
my
guy
friend.
with
You
45
never will
mods
be,
for
and I will spit in
150
your face.
people.
And if I have a knife, I will fucking stab you and slit your fucking throat. I can't stand dumb cunts. And 99.99% of you listening right now are a dumb cunt and a fucking ugly cunt. Look at yourself in the mirror and you'll see that you're fucking as ugly as dog shit. I hope you fucking die. And I hope you die really, really
Toilet
fucking
Bowl
quick.
Slave is still
And I'll
here.
have
He
a
can't get
party.
away.
Auntie fucking.
Toilet Bowl Slave is so obsessed with me, like the Cuck Body and all the rest. He never leaves. All right, we got to get the hell out of here, tribe. Final words. I can't be here with these obsessed, addicted miscreants anymore. I need at least a couple hours to myself, even though the weather is shit out here today. We'll recollect. We'll reconvene. I'll come back with a Talcati and one at 5:30, I suspect, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good, Paul. Thanks for staying up long enough for me to get on here. I thought you were signing off, and then I checked and you were still on. So it was like, cool, Timmy's there. This looks like a good time to throw a little contribution up. Appreciate it. And look forward if you come back on later. If not, we'll see you on the next one.
Thank you, sir.
Salute.
Yo, much love. Thanks for the continuation, Paul. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Timothy.
See you, brother.
We'll see you later. Balrock the Great, are you there, sir? He's probably throwing boulders. All right, well, from Balrock himself, as well as your humblest narrator, I, one Paul Enslaved, we wish you well in all your endeavors. We will be back. I don't know if Balrock will, but I, your trusty host, content creator, as they say, in these streets. See, I'm using the lingo now. It's real cool and hip. Yeah, I'll probably be back. I feel like I feel that in the air. You know, I don't ever make promises, because if I don't keep them, I dishonor my word. So I'll say probably, but I'm feeling in the air that it's probably, most likely, almost definitely going to happen. I probably, most likely, almost definitely will be back to address the Talcadian one and see if he's in good spirits today and still suicidal, manic, and depressive. I do care about him, of course, but we have to get down to some truth and some new ways of being this. All right. Thank you, folks, for being here. Second, thanks, because I always address you folks individually, but additional thank you and much appreciation that goes out to the folks who contribute and support me in this endeavor. You are a blessing and allow me to continue to be a trailer creature gorilla who runs his mouth almost incessantly and triggers all the metaversal miscreants and effeminate soy boy slaves. So that's a beautiful process to be part of. It's magical. It's miraculous. It's beautiful. I'm thankful and grateful for that. So, yeah, I'm out of here. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Much love. Balrock out.